in brand new Euphoria Spa just 3 minutes from Bellagio. You can enjoy it with swimming pool, saunas, fitness, massages. It's free of charge for chess players. We are at your disposal from 8 to 10 every day.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM. Smarter. At GlobalCell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. GlobalCell supports over 190 countries. GlobalCell and the European Chess Union. A checkmate for connectivity.
Hello and welcome everyone. This is European Team Championship 2025 in Batumi, Georgia. We are having round 3 starting right now in the studio. We're working for you, Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic and myself, Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili.
Yeah, third round is starting. If I'm not mistaken, we already have some moves, so let's go to the playing hall, let's check the cameras. And let's see the moves, let's see the openings. So we have Serbia versus France, reigning champions. France without Firuza, MVL, Etienne Bakro, but still a strong team.
Yeah, most of the strong nations, they can actually have not only one main team, but can carry on and have 2-3 main teams. Right before the start of the tournament, I was in the playing venue to meet some of my friends, and it's very nice vibes there. Before the start of the round, everyone is chatting, smiling, you know, have a good energy. But the moment the game starts, it was pure silence. And even the faces of the players are changing, and they are very, very focused.
Yeah, that's nice since we want to see them at their best. Laurent Fressinet playing versus Alexis Serrana. Maurizi is still not there. Let's go full screen just with the camera to see who is seated. So Maurizi has just, no, he's there and he's thinking. So maybe he's surprised by e4, which was played by Alexander Predke, and he is thinking. During European Club Cup, Predke was playing very well. For example, made a draw versus Arjun Ergaisi and some other really nice results, but I believe that Serbian team is hoping that their last 2 boards, former European champion Aleksandar Injic and Velimir Ivic, will score. Let's check the second board with the pieces. There we have some actions already. Serrana playing Ragozin, which is now super popular. And here we have the position. We will come back a bit later to results, standings, but let's not miss this opening phase because sometimes it's quite interesting. Let's get the board to see Injic versus Lagarde. Maxime was actually playing some very good chess, then he dropped some rating, now he's back, 26-20. So Injic similar, he was 26-60 or even more.
Yeah, this is actually quite often that the players are having this kind of
ups and downs.
Yeah, ups and downs in their career because it's so difficult to carry on at the high level chess. They have to play against very strong opponents. And,
open tournaments.
There are some bad tournaments, there are some good tournaments, and they have to actually not only just play the tournaments but also work very hard, and that is quite demanding. And very often we just have some moments when we feel that it goes flowing like that, and sometimes we just stuck at the same level, and we just cannot improve that.
I'm checking now their career high, their peak rating. So Injic 26-60, Lagarde the same. So yeah, very level,
just like me, you know. with 26 players.
Very level.
Players.
Ivic versus Boyer. Boyer is a newcomer, of course, when there are no top guns like Firuza or MVL. He has found his spot, but a good player. He was playing very well at the European individual. I can even check that in Romania, but yeah, he's here.
I don't hate the idea of giving the chance to the young players to participate in the events like this. Boyer is 21 years old, and Grandmaster, 2,530 rating points, and for sure he can carry on the last board.
I'm sure that he will cross 2,600. That's typical profile of player who are ready to climb, but the crossing 2,650 or stabilize, like we were mentioning, that's another story. I'm checking his result at the European individual. So 6th out of 11. Okay, he was not performing super well, but starting with +2, which was a good result at the beginning of the event, but then dropping some rating, making draws versus Sargsyan, Chigaev, Svane Rasmus, Wojtaszek. So he knows how to play on this level. So
I'm just looking at the open section, the women's section standing. In the women's section, we do have 8 teams share the first place. In the open section, we have fewer teams, only 5 teams having the 100%, which actually just sends very clear message that in the women's section we do have favorite teams, and they're like much stronger than the others. But in the open section, it's a lot of what ifs, and we have seen the first round, for instance, Germany first seeded and the Hungary third seeded players just losing against a lower rated team. So this is going to be very, very competitive event, and so far I think it's so hard to predict who is
I have a feeling that in women's section it's very hard to find 4+1, let's say 5 good players that can do. Georgia, maybe Bulgaria is already they can stop on number 5, so it's not easy to find like 7 or 8 players. Right, for example, I don't know, Germany, we mentioned that Donchenko is not there. Netherlands, they can find some grandmasters. Armenia, similar profile. So I believe that in open section, teams can find like 4+1 grandmasters and to keep up.
Easily, yes, and still make someone upset not to be here and to play. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, for example, Croatia could find one more. Okay, so let's move on. Let's see with the camera Netherlands versus Slovenia versus Greece. Here we have two members of the team who are recently joined the field, Fedoseev and Demchenko, former Russians. Very strong grandmasters, and of course Slovenian team looks much more stronger in the last few years, although they could even make a stronger team with Luka Lenic, for example. He was 2650, very strong grandmaster, but he's not playing for a long. Also, I don't know, Duško Pavasovic, Jure Borišeško, Berne, but they have this combination of 2 strong grandmasters on 2 boards, and then 2 youngsters, just to remind you. So Šubelj is a young grandmaster, board number 3, 2541, and Matić Lavrencic took a silver medal at the World Junior Championship this year in Montenegro. First was Pranav from India,
yes,
promising future star of Indian chess, probably, and Matić Lavrencic took silver, being only 17 years old. So he's the one to keep an eye on. And they're playing versus Greek team. Greece is a team which, from my experience at the Europeans and Olympiad, teams like Sweden, like Greece, they are always tricky. Their rating average is always around between 2550 and 2600, but they have really tricky and good grandmasters. So, for example, Papaioannou, Master Vasilis brothers, then you had Banikas, so Nikolaidis and some others, Halkias, very good grandmasters, and grandmasters who can play really good chess against their colleagues, sometimes losing, dropping rating points because playing in the open tournaments against weaker opponents. And then in the meantime that they got new star, Nicolas Teodoro, just to remind you once again, he won versus Gukesh at the Grand Swiss. That was a huge thing.
He's a deal for the Greek team, winning a lot of events. Also in Uzbekistan, the Uz Cup, he won the second division and now going to play in the main tournament with in a close tournament with all the superstars like Parham, Richard, Droppert, and so on. So this is the player that we're gonna see indeed quite often.
And what I like, we can add a board. What I like from Nicolas that he's the one playing openings like King's Indian, super sharp Sicilian. So he's not afraid of entering a tough battle versus top guns. Vladimir Fedoseev had a fantastic result and fantastic play at Vaikanze tournament. So he was top 3, if I'm not mistaken. Gukesh and Pragnananda, they were playing this tiebreak, and I think that Vladimir was right behind them. We can even check that info. So he's a player who can really play good. Also, I think that he won in Grand Chess Tour in Warsaw. That he played this event very well. Let's check.
Which year?
This year, I think that he won Grand Chess Tour Rapid and Blitz tournament in Warsaw.
Fedoseev.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did, and he actually did 3 points ahead.
Yes, he was just crushing the field.
Quite incredible performance by him.
Yeah, so in Masters, Gukesh and Pragnananda 8.5, then Abdusattorov 8, and Fedoseev was 4th with 7.5, which is a really good result in competition. So Giri was behind, Wei Yi, Keimer, Caruana, Arjun, Van Forest, and so on. So Fedoseev, Vladimir is really strong player, but here he's struggling. Yesterday he lost with white pieces.
With white pieces, where he very likely blundered the pawn on h3 on the move 12, and then he had to play bluff and carry on. The game was very interesting indeed. He built up a very nice fight, but you always give it an advantage when you just blunder something at the very beginning of the game.
Yeah, so he's playing today this King's Indian, very popular, this E5, D5 Petrosian variation. It can be played in many ways. Bishop can go to G5 with castle immediately or later. We will see what will happen. So he's aiming to push F5, then white can either react with F3 or to push F4, take on F5. I like those structures. I was playing them with white and black. On the second board, Demchenko is also another player who plays King's Indian. I just wanted to add. But here, Papaioannou, he's a really interesting player. He knows the structures. He can avoid theory. He can play also theoretical line. So Yanis is a really player who can find, I would say, like some kind of cure to style of his opponents. So he's choosing this completely sideline. Now when black plays d5 in some stage, he might even push b4. So we will see, will he go now? We have some moves. So you see he played this bishop b5, which is like complete sideline, and he has his agenda. Now they transpose to Pierce defense. So first board, do we have some moves? Not yet. Second board is this Pierce defense, and we can move to Šubelj versus Mastrovacilis. Dimitros is very well prepared, so you need to come up with something really, really big to surprise him. I think his career high was like 26-40 or something like this, so let me just check. He has his brother Athanasios. Dimitrios was a little bit more sharper, while Athanasios was playing, yes, close variations. So he's peaked 26-30, and now he's 25-20. The thing is, you're playing against player who is like below his usual rating, but he didn't forget to play chess. The thing is that he might lost some practical skills, but if he plays his best chess, that will be 26-50.
Yeah, there are plenty of the grandmasters who lost about 100 points, if not more, but they are still competing at the same level as they used to be. That's mainly because of players at this level. They also have to play a lot of other events, and they are not invited into the elite chess tournaments where your opponent is like 2800, 2700 in every round. So with even one draw against international master or lower rated grandmaster, you are losing so much rating.
Okay, something fell down. Regarding this match, I would say that you see, drop rating,
drop the mic.
Yeah, everything is dropping these days.
But drop the mic is a statement, Alojzije.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, in this match, my prediction would be that for Greece, it's important that they survive the first board, but for Slovenia, fourth board can be an issue because Pavlidis is very skillful when the position is open, when the position is sharp, and it's a real test for Lavrencic since Antonios is a really tough player when he has initiative, and playing Sicilian, this kind of line against him, it's really a big test.
Yeah, but also on the other side, we do have 17-year-old player who has Sicilian defense position, and he's very angry to have, and very hungry to have the chances to win the games against the grandmasters, and this is going to be very interesting.
So this is a test. I would say that Greek team is counting on this game and hoping that at first board they can stay positive. Okay, first draw, maybe even win. Slovenia, they're counting that Fedoseev can push with white pieces, and here that they hold if they can get a chance to something more. So I would say that this is a critical point of this match. We need to remind you that Stamatis Kurkulos is out today, who is also a very good player, but last time in the European Team Championship, he was playing last board. He lost a crucial game versus Injic. These days, he's board number 2. Let's move on. With
the next matchup, we do have the Netherlands
versus
second-seeded players against Romania, and on the screen we do have a birthday boy. Luke Van Werty has a birthday. We congratulate him his birthday, and we hope that he's gonna have a good celebration today.
Yeah, Luke is a legendary player, playing so many, as I mentioned, top tournaments, Vaikanze, playing against those heavy guns. His career high was 27-14. So he's the one who knows how to stay with the good results on very top. Now he dropped some rating, but he's still...
again, we're saying they are dropping the ratings, but their level of the chess never drops.
Yeah.
Last year we were at this time at Global Chess League, and I even have a selfie with him because it was his birthday too. I was always envying to the people who had their birthday celebrations during the chess tournament, because it was such a cool thing when you were a kid to celebrate it with your chess friends. And I was not very lucky.
How about pressure? How about pressure? Do you feel it when you are playing on your birthday because you want to be positive, you're distracted a bit?
I never played on my birthday.
Really?
Oh, I recently played in London only, but it was really good. We had party, and you know, we took friends around. It's always good. I really didn't find pressure or anything.
So Netherlands versus Romania, you can recall that yesterday I was mixing it up and saying that Romania was playing.
Just predicted.
Yeah, so I was saying a few things about Ivan Sokolov, so maybe you can just watch yesterday's broadcast. No, I'm joking. So the captain is Ivan Sokolov, Romanian team. He was playing a lot, many years for Netherlands, winning a European Team Championship in Sweden. I think it was 2007. And 2007 was Crete, 2009 was Novi Sad, so maybe it's 2005. In Göteborg, he was their teammate, so he knows them by heart.
Alojzije, I have this question. I see Anish is playing now on the first board. Do you think he will play all his rounds in this tournament?
Okay, now he's in some positive mood.
This is his momentum that he felt in his career. So
yes, he won versus Najdic, which is something very good because Arkady was always close to top.
He tried his best yesterday against Wojtaszek in the round two, but it ended
pushing a bit,
draw.
but ended in a draw. But he feels good, so I believe that he will go for it. We have a free day after 5 rounds, so I think they can keep the level of energy and play those games. And you know, there are some players who like to play for national team, that atmosphere. So I believe that he will move on. Today he's playing versus Deak. Deak has lost some rating points. At some stage, you know what was the problem with Deak, for example, European individual 2 years ago. So first Deak was playing 3 years ago, super sharp chess.
Yeah.
Sicilians, with white he was pushing, and his results were good, but okay, not so great, but good. He was winning few games, but he was also losing. Not many, but some. And then he's changed his style to complete positional style, and he's playing average. If you ask me, I think this is the player who play the longest average games in Europe at the moment. He's 100. His games are 100 moves. I think even here he played the first round versus Georgian young player Luka. Right? He played this 100. What was this perpetual? When there was a wrong claim, there was a wrong claim. It was like probably like 70, 80 moves, something like that.
Long day,
so yesterday versus Adams, some opposite cards, bishops. So in his style, that he's burning a lot of energy.
Yeah, I also play long games. And especially being not a professional chess player, playing long games, 9 rounds, you're burning yourself.
Yeah, you are keeping your results safe because there are not many drama in your games. Yeah. But you need to win few games in your tournament by some theoretical preparation or something. Like Mamedyarov is doing it, so on. You must do it.
Oh, I met Mamedyarov yesterday. Before the dinner into the elevator, and I told him, I gave him compliment for his very, very nice game against Tang Yuan, and he was really proud of his game, and he said that, oh yes, but I missed some variations there in calculation, and so you know, chess players, some players just like, oh yeah, I played, they never say I played good game, but I could feel that he was very, very proud of the game he played
should
yesterday.
be, I think. Yeah, it's nice to see him around. We are hoping that he won't focus only on his coaching. Just to remind you, he is a coach, and the one coaching Yagis Erdogmus, but still when he plays, it's always fire on the board. So my point is that Bogdan, he's stable, but he's losing a lot of energy. And for example, Kamer as well yesterday and first round versus Biera, long game yesterday, even longer.
I wonder if he's in the lineup today in the team of Germany, because it's good to have.
They're playing versus Georgia, if I'm not mistaken.
He is playing today
playing,
as well.
So here I'm not surprised that we see this game by Deak playing. He will try to be super solid. Does he have enough energy? I don't know. Let's see how Jordan van Forest is doing. He is a player who will have some, not a free day, but a shorter day in the office during event, because he can win in style. Here they're playing this line, which is known from Karpov-Kasparov. So the point is to avoid the main Sveshnikov or Taimanov. So you go knight b5, d6, and you enter, Dieter is playing this line when you enter Marozzi, and Karpov played this against Kasparov, and then came this fabulous d5 idea, but then later Karpov has found a cure for that, but this is very important chess history. These days players are not pushing d5. Okay, that actually happened here, and going for this Marozzi setup. Knight d7 sometimes is something white is provoking. So knight e5 played. Jordan is always well prepared. It will be interesting to see. Will he come up with something? He's playing for same club as many Romanians, but Liviu Dieter is playing in another Romanian club. Jordan knows them, I think, very well, because he's playing for this super chess club. Gukesh is there, Pragnananda was there, Abdusatorov, Anand, and so on. So we have also one more game left. Max Varmedra is back, and he's playing versus Lopulescu. Lopulescu yesterday scored a very important victory versus Lukmeshen. Kudos for that. And here Max is trying to avoid massive theory. Then we can go on. Let's see how Wojtaszek is doing versus Mamedyarov. They're playing this known stuff. So let's go to Azerbaijan versus Poland.
Oh, this is the match I very much looking forward to see the games here, because those two teams, I think they are very creative players on all the board, and I would say it's quite level, even though Azerbaijani might have higher rating on this scores, but Poland has young players who are actually quite sharp these days.
Yeah, they're resting Rauf Mamedov after yesterday's loss. So Eltaj Safarli is sitting on the board second. He's very tricky. He can find some resources, tactical shots. His career high, this is interesting. You know that at some stage Safarli was 2700.
Yeah, it was very young when he had this rating.
So another player who dropped his rating, but is still, of course, capable of playing super strong chess. 2694 in October 2016, 10 years ago. But as I mentioned, very skillful player. So this is a top-notch theory played by Mamedyarov. It seems to me that today he's not so unhappy with the draw, and most likely it will happen after this opening. Let's see how Gumulars is doing versus Safarli. Okay, sharp game already. Italian, transposing to 4 knights, Italian, and we have this move, d5 is next. So we will see what will happen.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Black just decided to sacrifice the piece, right, for the activity.
Pawn, yeah.
Yeah, and what do you think is the white's next move? Because if you get this knight back on f3, you're going to lose this central pawn on e4 with a check. That's not a good option. Is there d4 or something? No, it's very scary to me. Even the engine is level and says it's okay for white.
Yeah, so what do we do? Is bishop f4 a move? Probably d6 anyway.
Yeah, d6.
Is knight f7 a move? Or bishop? No, knight f7 is not working. Bishop f7. Is this some kind of...
This is the first suggestion by the engine. So after bishop f7, rook takes f7.
King h8 doesn't work?
King h8 is a possibility, but this gives time for white to play d4 and to just gain some
and
time.
Move back the bishop.
Oh, wait a minute! There is some fancy line. Is it? There is some line where white just plays knight to g6.
Maybe this way, knight d5 and queen h5. Is this an idea? I was thinking about this kind of stuff.
Knight d5, yeah. Knight d5 is also a possibility.
Okay, so many stuff here. So taking on f7 is sort of forced, takes, and we have two connected pawns. I'm the one always taking the pieces in this position, but here
it's very unclear position to be honest.
White should be slightly better, because white will start to exchange some pieces, and then we will have two connected pawns. If pawns are not connected, sometimes you can even have three pawns, but that's not enough. But with two connected pawns, I believe that white should be slightly better.
Yeah, so what I have seen, the knight e5 is not the move that is played very often, so maybe there was a bit of surprising for Shimon after knight to a5. Usually white plays bishop e3 or something like a3. Not very often white is taking the pawn on e5, but this is a very unclear position, right?
Yeah.
No one knows what's going to happen there.
And usually these are the positions which Alojzije likes to play.
There is another sharp variation. Instead of knight bishop f7, there is possibility to play knight g4. And if you take knight g4, h takes on g4, open up the h file for the rook. After knight c4, you take back with the pawn. And here white is quite happy in this position. You can develop your bishop next. Knight d5 is there. Queen d3, long castle, and you kind of have a target on h7.
Hang on, can I play here in this position? Something like, can I do something sharp? So knight e4. If I go knight e4, what's the...
Ooh.
Why this is not working?
Knight e4 is actually very interesting. Let's see. Knight takes on e4.
Yeah. Knight c4.
Knight c4. You take. You just don't take it. Actually, you just castle. And when knight moves back on, let's say b6, you just play rook to e8, e1. Oh, that's brilliant. Let's say knight b6.
Yeah, because now we are level, right, with material.
And rook to e1. And the threat is knight f6. You can't move the queen away because bishop on c5 is hanging.
So I'm having some issues here, although I'm equal in terms of material. f5 is bad, knight f6 probably.
After f5, you play knight h6 check.
Knight h6.
Yeah, ruining the pawn structure. Pawn takes h6.
Knight c5 and
knight
taking on c4.
Queen c5 and take on c4, and here white stands way much better. Take on h6.
I agree.
That's a very nice
Okay, interesting. We will follow this one closely. Then we can move on to next game, which is Teslav versus Suleimanli. Suleimanli probably had a sleepless night, huh?
Oh, I saw yesterday him at the dinner alone eating. It was so sad picture to see him just by himself, not with the team. But there are some moments when you just need to do it yourself and get over the thing by yourself.
Okay, this is interesting. Muradli versus Kosakovsky. I always prefer white in those positions, but it's not so clear. By the way, Kosakovsky was playing very well at the European individual. Let me check. Scoring 6.5 out of 11. So let me see just his result. Making draw versus Erdogmus, versus Pichot. Santos Latasa versus Ponomarev. Winning versus Tudor Henry. Only lose it to Grandilius and Volokit. So another player who knows how to play strong chess.
Very interesting scenario here in this game. Look at the time situation. White has 1 hour and 30 minutes. They have played 13 moves already. And for whatever reason, Black has played, burned some time from the clock, thinking of 5, 8, and then again 5 minutes for each of these moves. What do you think is the reasoning of that, of burning so much time from the clock?
Yeah, sometimes you're just trying to navigate through your analysis, and you're not fully familiar, and you actually want to be precise playing the moves you are analyzing. Sometimes the point is that you want to sidestep something because you have a feeling that something will come up. It's really hard to say why some players are thinking. For example, I know, let's say 20 years ago, there was the cases where, for example, players like Luke van Velde today, our player who celebrates a birthday. The thing is that he was thinking a lot at some point in the opening, and you have a feeling that he's on the unknown territory, but as I said, he's just navigating through his analysis. He wants to be sure, is that something that he was checking before, and just to be 100% safe. And when he finishes his analysis, he starts to play faster.
Fast. Yeah. I've played against those kind of tricky players that they make you feel that you have better position because they are burning the time, and you think that they barely find the only moves, and then when you have 40 minutes, 50 minutes more on the clock, they are just blitzing out all the moves, and they are like really, really, really tricky. So guys, don't fall for that trap. Some players just are like that. They just spend some time, but not necessarily because they don't know what to do.
Yeah, let's move on to Armenia versus Czech Republic. Yesterday they were
Romania
like extremely
had 9 lives in that game.
Both teams were extremely lucky. So today they are trying to test, is this tournament their lucky one?
Who is the luckiest of the
So one again is playing versus Shan Sargsyan, who is playing very well, let's say, at the board. David Navara versus Robert Hovhannisyan. It's very tough to outplay Robert in those structures. So we have this Berlin Tabia, and they are just blitzing, and also David as well. He knows how to play it, so I would be surprised if anything else besides a draw happens. Václav Finek is taking a sharp route versus Haik. Something is wrong with Haik's shape, because he's a really great player. Actually, he was playing very bad at the European individual in Petrovac 2024, losing many rating points, some tournaments as well. So he needs to find some new energy to come back, because at his prime, let's see what was Haik's rating. I think I mentioned this already, but let me just recheck. So I think that Haik was 27-30, maybe even more, and barely losing with black pieces, super solid, and with white pieces, a squeezer. No, 27-8 was his rating, but never mind. he was very, very tough player to play against. We have Vikok, who is playing today versus Aram Jacobian. Jan was playing first round, making a draw in rook and a bishop, and the knight against the rook being on the worst side. And today he's playing against Aram Jacobian. Okay, interesting stuff, but very solid.
Talking about interesting stuff, yesterday Arjen Tari, a member of the Norwegian national team, made a tweet, and we also mentioned that it is unfortunate that they are missing. And there's a lot of course, conversation there and here. And what is your take about that? To have the best chess player of all time in your country, Magnus Carlsen, a lot of people agrees with that, and also not to send the turn team to the European Championships.
Yeah, actually I feel bad. I feel bad for players. I feel bad for Norway. I was playing in Norway League. I really admire Carlsen, and they have this fantastic Norway tournament.
Oh, Norway chess is
Norway
the
chess.
best event, yes.
Something is wrong, because if you dig a bit, there are so why some countries are present at the Olympiads and not in the European teams? Because in Olympiads accommodation is covered, and for some countries even travel costs. While in the European teams you need to cover everything by your federation, and some things are playing, for example, some just Olympiad. But there are like countries like Bosnia never participating in the European teams. Here, unfortunately, we are missing some teams like Albania, not Montenegro, but North Macedonia. Okay, there are some reasons. Sometimes there is some internal reason clashing with the calendar and whatever. But for Norway, that we get this reason that funds are problem, this feels bad.
So strange.
Strange because
For
wealthy
instance,
country.
Yeah, but also for instance in India, Vishy Anand being the best in chess was kind of opening road for the rest of the youngsters, and there are many generations of Indian chess players actually are dominating the world. And this actually really never happened in Norway, right? They don't really have this kind of waves.
Yeah, now it's a bit pity. Okay, Magnus is not playing. He was playing in the Olympiad. He was playing European teams 23. He was playing Club Cup. But Tari is right. It doesn't mean if Magnus is not playing. Of course, he has now his private obligations and new situation in his life. But as I said, I don't know the reasons, reasons, but I heard that the argument is founding.
No founding, that was the pointed out by him.
Which sounds a bit, for our sport as well. Chess is usually not, the sport which is super costly in terms comparing to, I don't know, football or something when you need to send like 20 or 40 people, doctors, and so on. It feels bad. I'm also a chess fan. I'm not just like a chess commentator or chess official. I'm a chess fan, and I'm a bit sad not to see them here.
Yeah, that is very sad, and hopefully this is the last time. And we hope we started this conversation for some changes. Maybe some people needs to, speak up a little bit and.
Everyone should work. Everyone should work in Norwegian Chess Federation, in Norwegian chess circles, in sports circles. Their sports associations. They should somehow realize that this is a big pity.
Because to have Magnus Carlsen is a treasure for anyone, and can be a lot of generations coming after him.
Amar is now, we checked, I think he's now top 15 in World Juniors. I think you were checking the list in World Junior FIDE rating list that Elmar.
The Turkish player.
No. Amar, and I lost his surname, Elham, or what is his?
From?
Norway. Junior player. He is now in top 15 in juniors. Let's see, he's around 2600.
This one?
Yes, Elham.
Elham.
Yeah, he's okay, 25, 93, being
20 years old.
19 or 20 years old. So he's also a promising player to keep an eye on and to see him playing in this level.
Yeah, absolutely. They can find players for sure. So we're hoping that next European Team Championship we're gonna have.
Also, they have
Norway
nice
with
ladies. Always, I recall sisters. Originally, I think they're from Hungary, playing for a Norwegian women team, being always like very enthusiastic, playing with passion for their team.
But also thinking about how this system has changed in Europe as well, because there are like a lot of players from Russia, especially, or Belarus, changing the federation to European countries. They kind of changed the whole situation. There are some countries that now are in the leader's position because of getting someone who is 2600. Of course, it takes you up in the list, and we definitely have totally different situation for last 2 years.
This happened also in the late 80s, beginning of 90s. Also, it happened in some other sports, in table tennis, for example. So it's not something new, and always there are pros and cons. In football, it's not so easy to change the federation. In some other sports, in basketball, they allowed you can take one foreign players whenever you want. I don't know. It's something which is really hard to discuss. For example, Croatia, we're always playing with our domestic players. But as I said, there are pros and cons for that. I'm just checking Norway chess. Norway rating list. Christiansen, for example, I think now he's 2660 or something like that. He's on fire, very strong player. Tari, I think they could, without Magnus, they could even make a team which is like super strong anyway. So they could fight for top 10 easily, even without Magnus.
Yeah, can't agree more with that. All right, coming back to this event now, we do have round 3 today, and do you believe that we're gonna have someone towards the end, the team, that it will be the clear leader and dominant, or it will be still until the last minute?
To me, it looks that this might happen in women's section, but in open section, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, because competition is very balanced, very level. So it's really hard to say, and it's thoroughly at I don't know, teams like Spain, for example, with Shirov, Chigaev, David Anton, Yufa, Jaime Santos. They can win against anyone, yeah. So they can catch leaders, and there are many teams that profile here. So just to remind you, so Magnus is on 2840, of course, then Christiansen 2661, Tari 2631, Hammer 26, Amar 2593. So Urkedal 2561. There are many good players missing here. Okay, so let's check this match, Spain versus Turkey. All eyes are on Edis Gurel, playing Sicilian today. So no liquidation or symmetry. He's going all in, as well as Maxim. Maxim switched the federation, so originally from Russia. Danil Yufa, the same. Maxim is a really strong theoretician. He knows all the details in the opening, so I'm curious to see who will be the first one to stop and think.
Yeah, at this moment they both are still in the theory, and we don't have any favorites on the clock either. And seems to be that game is just about to start. We can maybe move towards the second board.
Yeah, David Anton versus Mustafa Yilmaz. Mustafa can be super solid. With white he'll try a bit, but he's not unhappy with the draw. At least I believe. So I would say that this game will be quite balanced. David is a very good player. He can play end games, he can squeeze, and he knows how to hold if he's slightly worse. Danil Jufa is more interesting player who likes to take some risks. And
Is Naughty Hedge just having an extra pawn right now?
Yeah.
It was a very interesting decision by...
No, it's equal. The material is equal.
Equal?
Yeah, it will be equal, right? If black takes on f5, then... Yeah. But anyway, he's the one who likes to play some original positions.
White gave up the d4 pawn to take the f5 pawn. That was the decision.
Yeah, I believe that Spain is counting on some pressure on this board. Wahab can play super strong chess with the white pieces. With the black pieces, sometimes he's struggling a bit. And we will see, will this happen today? I believe that we have many fans, many supporters from Turkey. Just feel free to express that in our chat. Yeah, exactly. And we have Jaime Santos, also players. I think all the players.
Yeah,
Chigaev,
Jaime is
David
playing
Anton.
so fast. I played with him in a team, and he was always walking. He was never thinking, and he plays extremely well. Of course, he was playing for us on the first board, and it was a non-stop walking. You know, and he always had 1 hour and something on the clock in the end of the game.
So he was 26.80, now he's 26.9. Jufa was 26.60, if I'm not mistaken. David Anton 26.70. I think they all dropped some rating, but as I said, they are very strong. I think Jaime is 27. For sure, he was 26.80, maybe even a little bit more. 26.80 exactly. Jufa, I think 26.60. So they all drop some rating in process, but still strong grandmasters. 26.57. Then we have David Anton. I believe that he was 26.70. At least, maybe even more. David Anton. 2700, sorry, my bad. I said at least, but I was not
strong,
brave enough to say more. So he was 2700.
It's always good to say more.
yeah. But as I said, they are strong players. I'm just trying to be precise. And Chigaev, I think he was also 2660. So my point is suddenly you're playing versus players, same profile, same name. 5 years ago, the average would be that they are like top fifth seed, and here you're playing them. So yeah, Chigaev 2650. So average is lower. They are not favorites, but in terms of chess strength, they are strong.
What's the opposite of inflation that was happening to chess ratings?
Okay, also it's not easy to. So they had some determination to go up as much as possible. Then there is this saturation, which is logical.
Yeah, I suggest to skip one board there and directly go to the team Germany against Georgia. Georgia has already won against top-seeded Hungary, and now they're facing the German team. Vincent Kemar is one of the stars of the German team and the best player who's in the top level chess for a long time. He's now playing second round in a row. He skipped his first round. And we can also see Georgian local star Badur Jobava. He had a really bad game yesterday against Daniel Yufa. Never had a chance to fight. And Badur has this up and down as well. And he can play amazing chess one day, and then he can also have no
this is
chances.
the reason why he's not back on his 27-20, what was his career high, maybe even
26-80, I would
no,
say.
27-20 for sure, maybe even more. So he was super strong, winning versus Magnus Carlsen at the Olympiad in Khanty-Mansiysk. I was there, 27-34.
Wow.
Peak ranking number 19th in the world. So this is the reason why he's not back on that level, because he plays one game superbly, then he loses second one. But yeah, he's super entertaining. We love to see him around. I mentioned that Tsatsalashvili, he was also on 26-60. Now Pansulaya, this is his first game today in this event, playing versus Rasmus Svane. Paichadze versus Frederick Svane. It's very hard to win versus Luka. He's super stable.
Yeah, absolutely.
It won't be easy for...
He's known with that in Georgian team, to be stable, and I think that's why they're always putting him on the... I would actually put Luka up boards more to guarantee draw, and someone like Joby in the last board, because he likes to entertain himself too, and us with his crazy lines.
What I see that Levan is playing, Pasula is playing this line.
I'm not sure I liked Black's position.
But he likes to play.
Yeah,
But
true.
he's worse.
No much space for Black pieces, but he plays this kind of openings, and sometimes we're just comfortable in.
Yeah, I think that Germany is doing very well till this moment, and that one board they will secure a victory. So I think Georgia needs to come up with some roller coaster or some turnaround somewhere, because in other case Germans will at least win with a short margin. This is how I see it. This is a tough game for Levan, although he's playing fast, but he's worse. And also I believe that Vincent will maybe find a way to push. Okay, let's move on to another match. What do you want that we check?
Let's go to check
section,
what's
right?
happening in the women's section. As we mentioned, in the women's section we do have for sure Georgia one clear favorite by the rating, and they are facing Germany, also quite a strong team, with Dinara Wagner on the first board facing Nana Zagnidze. And we can see that most of the German team is missing from the board right now, and all the Georgians are very focused.
Yeah, let's bring the board. Let's see what's going on. Dinara Wagner, from my point of view, is one of the best prepared player in the circuit in terms of women chess when she's white. With the white pieces, she always finds a way with her d4. Dennis Wagner, her husband, is a very good grandmaster.
Oh yeah, I was doing commentary at the Grand Prix where Dinara actually won in Cyprus, I think 2 years ago, and she played this very nice line in Catalan with the sacrifices and so on, and it was a beautiful game that she won. We invited her in the studio, and she was giving us some lines and some preparation. At the same time, I had to leave the tournament for 2 days to go to play my French league, and I played the very same line with her preparation. I won my beautiful game. I was so grateful to that. And I agree with you, she has always this little something prepared for her opponent that actually gives her huge advantage. And she's keeping her level for some time already, ever since she emerged to 2400.
I think this is the reason why she's not climbing yet to 24 50 plus or 25 even. With the black pieces, she's not so sharp, or she can lose some game being passive and so on. So she cannot dictate the game. So I think her next step would be to push a little bit harder with the black pieces and trying to keep the level with the white, because with the white pieces she's the one really pushing.
You heard us, Dinara.
That's just my opinion. Of course, I can be completely wrong. There can be some other reasons. I think that we don't need to put like disclaimer on everything, right? These are our opinion, of course.
Actually, I played the European Championship as a junior player and got the second place, shared the second place, and there was a Georgian grandmaster living in Germany at that time, and even now. He sent me a huge email congratulating the result, and it's like, I think you need to work a little bit with black pieces, and he even sent me the whole file of the black pieces, and I was so grateful for that, because this is a very nice advice that sometimes you need to have.
Yeah, okay, there are some players, for example, who are sharp with the black pieces, playing Sicilian, playing positional with the white pieces. It doesn't mean if you're sharp with white that you will be sharp with black as well. But how I see it at the moment, her biggest strength, white pieces, that's really something good. But today for Germany, she needs to play with the black pieces.
She needs to play with the black, and look at this Nana's choice of the opening. She is not going with the standard setup D4 like she likes to play and so on. She decided to do something different, not fighting for the center at all. Knowing her, I think she's going for some kind of attack on the king side. Do you think she would just keep the king in the center, or she will castle and use the open F file, something like bishop C4, castle on the short side,
yeah, okay.
95?
I understand. So this treatment with either f takes e3 or in some lines even f4, it's a new concept in English setups. But players like Nakamura have done it, and others. It's possible to play this way, but sometimes, you know what's the problem from my experience?
Yeah.
It looks better than it is in practice. Somehow you see bishop coming, castle, as you mentioned, then f-file, and suddenly your opponent regroups in the right way, and your dynamics are not good enough, and suddenly your weaknesses they start to tell. So from my experience, you shouldn't be too excited about delivering a checkmate, but this looks like super promising, this bishop c4 and so on. But I believe that in the hands of good player, that black can find.
We can also see the engine prefers here a little bit more black side. To me, these kind of openings are very successful in the blitz games or the online games, because if you don't have enough time to figure it out how to deal with that, you might just felt worse in this position and defensive, and start to play passive moves.
You're right, Keti. So in some openings, you can like move on or equalize in your way, which can be like suboptimal and so on. But in this kind of structures, sometimes you can only play one way. One way is only good. In other openings, you have 3, 4, 5 bet. And good players can find that way, but it's a test. Maybe I would go wrong as well with the black pieces. It's not easy, but I know that when you analyze it with computer and in hands of good players, for example, if black here would be, I don't know, let's say Adams, or whom else I can add, they would find the way how to stop those threats of white. And then slowly, or let's, for example, Anand and at his best and some others, they just know how to stop your initiative.
Looking at the Nana's rating, I'm quite shocked that she dropped 2,500. She has not done that for the last 10-15 years. She was a stable 25 player. Now she has 24.96. Lost somewhere 4 points, which is quite unusual to see that. But I have realized that once the players have this high rating, if they drop, it's so hard to get back at the top, right?
Yeah, there are some players, for example, I think Shirov dropped a lot, he came back. Maxim Rothstein Then even Ivanchuk is now back. So it's nice to see players.
I thought I saw Ivanchuk today at the hotel, but it was not him because he's not in the lineup, right?
Yeah, I think he's preparing for a World Cup. Let's check the second board. We have Nino Tsatsalashvili, Anna Maria Klek. What's going on here? This is typical position, which is slightly better for white, but also nothing special. Black and hold. Bishop is out, which is good. In some position you need to come out yourself. Here you got it for free. Here we have Josephine Heinemann, but I think in chess results it's already Josephine Safarli. So
really?
Yeah.
I will check.
We are using chat.
We like details like that.
I would say usually I have good memory. If I see something I can memorize it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Safarli, Josephine.
So what's going on here? White is slightly better because this bishop is targeting something, while this one is attacking, well defended. Pawn, slightly better for white, but not much. But Lela is in a good shape. And when she's in a good shape, she can press for a long.
You know what is the strength of Georgia? They have 2400s on all the boards.
Yeah,
that's what others don't have.
Yeah,
they are too strong for the board 4 and board 3.
They can come up with 2 teams or at least one, which is not something other teams can do.
Yeah.
In world competition, China can do it. I don't know. Maybe already US would be tough to come with 2
India
teams.
can do
India
it.
can do it, exactly. Not
But
many.
we're probably looking for the teams in the World Championship, but in Europe, it's to have 2400 on the last board. It's a luxury.
Yeah. So here, slow games. Okay, I think today they're playing some kind of slow course, except the first board where Zagnidze is risking a bit with the structure. Let's move on to Armenia versus Poland. Poland could do it at some stage. They could have found players with 24
Yeah, because
around.
they have 2 newcomers from Russia, and they are both of them 2400.
So let's see how Lilith is doing. She's very experienced. Her career high was much more than her current rating, while Alina, she's super stable player.
I think
but
Alina nowadays have the best of her career, like last few years, when we have other players maybe not having the peak of their career, like Monica, for instance. She had time when she had 2500, and now it feels weird to see her on the last board, to be honest. It's just
European
very
champion,
difficult to digest this. But also, we were mentioning you might lose your rating, but you will not lose your level.
Yeah, then when you're paired, let's say the time opponent of that kind of players, you know that if they have a good day, they can play like at their prime. So you need to take a look of the position, not much about the rating. While with some others, if you are playing against someone 2300, he's 50 years old, his whole career he's 2300, then you know that maybe he might do something wrong or not superbly. Like those players, they can still play like a perfect game.
Yeah, I would like to suggest the game from the France-Azerbaijan board 2. There is something happening there. Maybe we can just
why not?
catch it up. Board 2, Sophie Mili
We don't
against
have them on the camera, but we have the
Balayeva.
position.
So we can take the board on the screen, and this is the moment white is to move. Sophie Mili is very experienced grandmaster, international master, and she's still behind the development. She hasn't castled yet. Is there something that white can just push right away?
Okay, interesting question. Good sign for black is that she's only one move away from the from the castle, even like a long castle. So it's important, as you said, is it possible to do something immediately? So, okay, so after queen g7, we just need to think, is there any, okay, now it's white's turn, but white's not allowing me, hang on. Ah, knight b4 plate. It was black turn. So knight e3, okay, white can stop it by placing something on the...
Knight e3 has been played?
No, knight b4 was played. But knight e3, now white can stop it with some knight e4, and if you take on c2, maybe knight e4 is not the right move, engine condemns.
I was just thinking, after knight e3, there is move knight d2 f3, covering
this
that.
side, okay, and we take on c2.
Then we do have
Queen.
bishop f4. This is a little bit too crazy.
Bishop f4.
This can
really?
actually transpose to the variation that is on the board. Bishop f4 gives white huge advantage. Let's see the line, what happens. Because you can also have it from here after knight before knight f3 is the move.
But this is very hard if you're not prepared.
Yeah, if you don't know, you don't know.
Okay, so knight a1 or knight e1, and now...
Yeah, rook takes e1. You cannot castle here, and if you play something like...
No, knight a1. I took on a1. I'm curious now. So
knight, you want to
a1?
see checkmate, queen g7.
Okay.
And if you play rook to f8, there is knight h7.
And this is...
After long castle, rook to e7, and c7 is now.
Okay.
You have.
Okay, got it. So what should I do? If I take on e1, you take on e1, and I cannot castle.
If you castle with the black, white just grabs the bishop on e7.
Yeah, this looks bad. So maybe I shouldn't take it immediately because I have some time to catch the rook. But what's my useful move?
Something like rook
Queen
g8.
Rook g8. I was thinking about queen d7.
After rook g8, there's knight f7. Crazy move.
And queen is okay. Let's show this. And then rook e7, right?
Oh, I wanted to play knight e5 to win the queen.
Okay.
That's it's a menu in the restaurant. You can just choose.
So I don't know. What else can I do? Instead of rook g8, if I go queen d7.
If queen d7, then again knight f7. This is a powerful move. Knight f7.
Again queen is hanging. Okay, knight f7, rook f8.
Rook f8, and then you bring knight e7 to e5, attacking the queen. Queen goes somewhere.
I don't know, f5.
Queen goes on f5, and you take the pawn on h7, and you want to...
That's not obvious at all.
Yeah.
Come on.
I have a question. When you have moved like knight b4, what is your evaluation in that position? There is a checkmate threat on g2, and there is knight c2 hanging. And you, let's say you don't know this variation, and you have not had this at home in your preparation.
You know, this is the problem, Keti, because that's not the problem, but people tend to underestimate the psychology in chess. On this level, grandmaster level, for us it's very important to have also information, not just quality of the moves and analysis. People tend to underestimate the level of psychology of psychological strength of those grandmasters, top grandmasters. For example, you know, I was doing sometimes the same. I think Magnus has admitted that previously, that I come to the board and I have two options. One is risky. I mean, I cannot say that it's a bluff, but let's say that it's quite risky. And another one is solid but slight passive.
Yeah.
And I decide only when I see my opponent behavior prior to the game, during first moves, and then I decide. So
and everyone is scared of him, so we probably know already.
So no, but I'm just saying, Magnus was admitting that he was scanning his opponents. It can be an open tournament, 25-50. Online, you don't have this feeling.
Yeah, that's the benefit of over-the-board chess, and online chess can never replace that. You just see your opponent, and you need to see your opponent's reaction.
Here, you made your point, your question. Here, I would need to
see that. You know what? We're gonna go at the break and check them. How
should I
feel.
go night before or not?
Yeah.
For me, I need to have some additional info. What was the other option?
What I can help is to see the time situation, and I can see the last few moves that Black made, not only the night before. Black was burning the time. Thinking
And
13 minutes.
White, what do you think? Is she bluffing? Is she also out of the book?
She's thinking in some more seconds, and then she's more or less solid. 3 minutes per pair.
Okay,
I think she's in the book.
I would maybe go here for something solid. In this position, after night before, can I do something which is not committing myself fully instead of night before? Which is the safest move? Can I castle? Or, no, I cannot castle. What can I
do? The safest move is f6.
That would be my choice. I believe that white is prepared.
And after
something with f6, if you go rook e6, queen d7, I believe.
Queen d7, yes.
This is something I would play.
And if you get...
Keti, I think that we should now maybe
check them how they
check
feel.
them, make a break, and then come with additional info. So guys, stay with us. We are going for a break.
Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.
We are back, and this is European Team Championship 2025. Round 3 has just started an hour and a little bit more ago, so the players are full in the action. We so far don't have a result, right? We don't have any players.
We have in open section. There was one draw, Wojtaszek versus Mamedjarov, as we were predicting. But let's stay with women's section, where we have some answers in the meantime. So in Sophie Millier.
Yeah, that was the game we were looking at.
Let's get the board.
We need the board on the screen.
Azerbaijan versus France. Unfortunately, we don't have.
Oh, we don't have the board. Yeah, camera.
Yeah, but we can see the board. So knight f3 played knight c2. So that was exactly yours.
Yeah,
Keti.
my slash engine suggestion. And now the best move is to play bishop to f4. That's the move. I just wonder if there's any other move that keeps white big advantage. Bishop f4 is the move.
Yeah. So we will see what will happen. Let's go to our main board. Let's go with full screen camera.
And here we have Georgia against Germany. On the screen, heavy match for all the players. We mentioned that Georgia is heavy favorite in this tournament because of having 2,400 players on all the board is a great deal. Although yesterday they had some issue on the last board. We saw this checkmate blunder in 7 moves.
Yeah, let's check how Nana is doing. First board, we have something in the meantime. Bishop went to d3, h6. Probably a good move, I don't know, cannot say. Not a bad one. Stopping knight g5, castles, knight d7.
Instead of knight d7 in the structure, the engine suggests knight c6, and I like this suggestion. You want to play knight b4.
Okay, and after a3, for example?
And after a3, black can just carry on with the development. You can just play something like queen c7, I guess, or queen d6 is even the suggestion here, and then double the rooks. It's just the knight is much better here on c6 than on d7, because now you have open d file as well.
Okay, it's a bit strange to me. Knight d7 looks like a viable move. You want to keep your pieces a little bit closer to the king side. But okay, engine has its own concept.
And now at this point, knight h4 is a suggestion with knight f5 idea, and somehow it favors white at this point.
Interesting. So this risk paid off a bit, but still it's far from clear. Let's move on with the board number 2. Here we have some positional warfare. I don't know, slightly better for white in hands of like super skillful positional players. It can be something big. In case of someone who is not patient enough, it can be just a draw. I don't know.
Yep, now knight f4 is a real threat, so white has to stop that knight happening.
Yeah,
with
this
the
is
g3.
typical, and now we will have some maneuvering movement back and forth. So let's see Avakishvili versus Josephine Safarli. We left around here. Okay, slightly better for white. My pieces are pressing while black is holding for the moment. I think that Georgians can be happy here, which takes us to the last board, where, okay, some exchanges have happened, and we are here. Okay, normal position for both sides. Okay, the match is still far from clear. It's quite close. How is Armenia versus Poland? We have them on the camera. Let's see Lilith versus Alina. I think that Alina has misplayed it a bit. This doesn't look appealing. What do you think?
Well, I agree with that. White seems to have control over the board, and I love these bishops being super active. Here's the thing that blacks, we don't have the board on the screen, we need to have a board, and black seems to have really nice setup on the king side to attack, but is there any future with this attack? If you push the pawn a4, then you give me the square on e4. If you push the pawn e4, then I will capture it. So at this moment, white is controlling the king side attack, and on the other hand, there is a weakness on b7 on the queen side. So you can play
Usually
rook b1 or rook a1.
Something which we show as not like a successful, fully successful strategy, but this is not something white tends to achieve in this position, in this line, if everything goes his way.
Basically white has beautiful pawn chain, we call it one island, and black has a bit weaker pawn structure. b7 is a target, d6 is a target, and that gives white a slightly
Here I think black was already late, some h4, h5 was needed. So let's try to realize when something went wrong. Yeah, I think this move. This is the move which is not the best, Keti. You must take on d5. You take on d5, cd5, and now any move. I don't know, knight e7, knight d4, whatever. So this knight h5 was strategically unsound, and now this knight is very useful for pushing b4. Can we go full screen with the camera to check? I know they are far away, but maybe we can sense a bit how unhappy Alina is with the position.
She's very focused. Yeah, she's very focused. She has hands on her head, and definitely not the great scenario to have it with the black pieces. She would like probably to have white side in this position.
Yeah, let's switch to board number 2, where we have Mariam versus Maseskaya. So what's going on here? White is slightly better, but maybe not much. Yeah, good position for white, but also quite holdable for black, which takes us to the next board, where Alina is playing versus Olivia, and that was interesting opening. So Alina was ready to enter this martial attack, which was declined by knight c3, the move played by Magnus Carlsen himself in the match versus Viswanathan Chennai 2013. e5, because the main line goes bishop d2, queen d4, bishop b4, queen e4, and it's a real mess. So here, after knight c3, e5, I think Vichy played c5 in his match. Knight e2. Long castle, very inspiring. And two bishops advantage, but yeah, it looks good. What do you think? Alina seems to be playing very well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like here as well this pair of bishop advantage. Bishop d3, queen c2 just line up on this file, and maybe you can also have some kind of rook lift h4, h5, something like that. White has quite pleasant chances to the attack on the king side.
Yeah, we will see what will Olivia come up. Let's check the next board. Susan is playing versus Monica. And this is the current position. Quite solid, but also pleasant for white. Yeah, F4, E5 will come. I think this favors white. At least it looks like to me.
Agree with that. I like here. White's just somehow feels like white's pieces are just better placed.
Any other game in the women's section, or we will switch to men's? Okay, for example, just to point out that we have a game, Stefanova Kostenyuk. I don't know, Keti, let's say 15 years ago, that match would be like a world championship match. Yeah. That game, here we have them playing, with lower rating. I think that Stefanova, she was like 25, maybe even 25.90. Let's see, Stefanova peak, Kostenyuk, I think close to, sorry, I'm just curious. I would say 25.80 for sure for Antonetta, but maybe 25.90. Maybe she even crossed 2600.
No.
No? 25.60. And we have Alexandra. Let's see her peak. It's 25.61, so more or less the same, 1 point more.
Yeah.
So today...
And both these players are the ones that actually won almost all the titles possible.
Yeah. So here, okay, we can say that Alexandra, she has a little bit more consistent result recently. She's participating in the FIDE Grand Prix, Rapid and Blitz, winning. But here it's very interesting how the game developed.
Oh, that was a small
yeah,
trick, the piece sacrifice.
Yeah,
but
if you take bishop c5,
you do the
was
queen
first
next move.
point, and later it was the same. Okay, but probably it's quite drawish. After exchanges, we will end up in a rook endgame. In that match, I spotted one line which is something where I spent a really lot in my career, a lot of time. So this Alapin or Sveshnikov Sicilian with c3, and then this position. There are several ways to play: bishop d2, knight c3, knight c3, and then you're having this structure, which is very tricky. Long term, that's an issue. White sometimes is leaving this pawn in prize, but always counting on some sacrifice. I think bishop h6 maybe was not best. I don't know if h4 was maybe a better move. This would be my try. So she went for bishop h6. I think it's more important to bring the pawn on h5 and then come with the bishop on h6. Without that h4, h5 bishop doesn't worth so much. And she was postponing this h4. Again, I would go for it. So moving back and forth, but trying to exploit some holes. Shall we go to
We have to
open?
go to the open section, and we do have for sure a lot of interesting games, but let's start with the match of Czech Republic and Armenia. David Navara has this funny looking endgame, which is not a big deal at this point, but there was this moment when he captured the pawn on a2 and looked a poison pawn, but he had a plan and he is having just fine position after a deep calculation, I guess.
Yeah, let's bring the board. So it was Berlin, something where Garry Kasparov broke his teeth in the match versus Kramnik. Rook d1, king e8. Yeah, this is popular line. So I don't believe that Robert is trying to refute the theory, but just to have a normal game. Although he's very skillful in endgames, that we should keep in mind. So, Bobby Fischer poison pawn or not?
Never again, I think. It was a good example for everyone. Yeah,
Okay.
he had this a5, a4 coming very soon.
So the idea was to take the pawn and to burn this
Do you know why I
structure.
brought this game? I just don't understand White's point here when he played rook to d1 and went to this line, because he knows he's not going to drop the bishop. Or he could just play something like a3 and not weaken the pawn, right? And then bring the rook afterwards. And in the current position, what we have is that White has this pawn structure when there's a pawn, c2 pawn, both of them isolated, and he has to play against the bishop and the rook. So I just don't understand why this is.
So he was
okay.
sort of stopping rook d8. So rook d8.
But this rook is not really entering anywhere.
Yeah, this is strange.
I can go rook h1 if I want, and it's better file.
Yeah, this is a bit strange, so why not a3? Okay, maybe b5, b4 can be an option. But you're right, I don't know. I don't grasp the logics there. So he went for rook d1, rook e8, and allowed that taking. So if I go a3, rook e8, king f2, what then?
Bishop c4.
Bishop c4, yes.
And I don't know, I move knight somewhere. I like g3 square for this knight.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that, you're right. Very strange that he allowed that to David. Okay. So what's going on in that match? What do we have? We have Nguyen versus Sargsyan. Not much is happening. This is all known, but there are some details. A4, A5 included or not. Then we have Finek versus Martirosyan. Haik is just blitzing everything. Looks fine.
I think the last board is very interesting, as
And
both of the players castled
Vikuk versus Kubian.
long side and then push the pawns. Usually you don't do that.
Yeah, just to check, this is the final position in this. No, they already moved a bit. Yeah, hard. And this is the position. Oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah, we have some moves around. Looks equal in many games. Let's go to our first match. Let's see Serbia versus France. We can find them on the camera. So that was the position. But Pretke seems to be slightly worse, no? Let's get the board.
Yeah, it looks quite appealing to have this position with black. All the pieces are very active, but maybe there is not any clear plan. But it's always good to have this kind of active pieces in these positions. There is something like knight f4 coming. You can double the rooks on the d file too. It's going to be quite slow game, I think. And black can, you know, burn the time of the white's clock. I have a suggestion to check out the game of Hungary against Slovakia. We do have very interesting scenario on the game of Benjamin Glendora against Juraj Druska.
Let me find them. So this is the case here.
Yeah, if we just look last few moves, how this game developed is very interesting. It was like fine position at this point.
Greenfield. Okay. Here, my feeling is that maybe there is some space for sacrifice, but maybe I'm wrong, but this would be my inner feeling. I would go for this kind of position. He went for d5. Okay, instead of h4, maybe something on the to c file, preparing the attack on the c. h5, h4, g4. Very strange. I think that was completely unnecessary. Completely unnecessary, and now I think that black is more than fine.
So if we just look a little bit of the variations here, it's not so clear if you just look at this position without diving a little bit longer. I was just wondering why f5 is such a great move. Why should black play in this position? Okay. Because the engine gives here evaluation. And in fact, if you take this pawn on f5 instead of bishop b3, black is very happy to have open g file, and there's a way to use that that file. So after pawn takes back on f5, there's a threat of knight g4 and the queen h2 checkmate. Mm-hmm. So you have to watch out that. Let's say you play king to g2 to be ready for that. Knight comes on g4 anyway. Queen h2 is a threat, so white goes with rook to h1, and black has a very strong move here, king to h8. And you are preparing rook to g8 move. You move the bishop away, and you have everything on the board you want to have.
Okay, fine. Let's move on. Hang on, we have a draw. Sarana versus Fresine. France versus Serbia. We can go with the camera there. So it was very solid. Okay, let's get the board.
Oh, more draws.
Yeah, basically they exchanged everything and it was a draw. So solid.
Long game short.
Yeah, solid draw by Sarana, which means that, okay, here Pretke is suffering a bit. Injic versus Lagar, what's going on? Injic is always entertaining player. So let's see how did he play. Okay, Maxim is doing a good job. He's having a good position, and Ivic at the same time. Let's see how he's doing on the last board. Okay, still unclear. Okay, quite tense. Hard to say. Let's find some game and maybe stay a bit more. Maybe Fedosevi or...
Vanveli against David Gavrilescu is something that we can take a look at.
Okay, let's be here.
Our today's birthday person is having not so good time in the game.
So let's check. So this was Sicilian. E5, this is a sort of new concept. Bishop d3 was before mainly played. And then, I don't know, after d5, you castle, knight f6, maybe some queen e2 and so on, or b3. Here, white plays immediately e5. He allowed this knight to penetrate, bishop c1, a nice move, but probably forced. Very original play from both sides. Long castle. Very good.
Yeah, this position is not something that you like you to have with black, because now rook g5 is a serious threat. Rook g5 and the pawn on c5 might hang.
Let's get them on the camera as well. Netherlands versus
you also
Romania.
just struggle to castle, because if you castle on the short side, there is rook g5 and then your h5 is hanging.
Yeah, we can stay maybe with this view, because you could see yourself how Gavrilescu is pushing.
And is that move that you played already? No. So let's get the camera. Sorry, the board. How is the way to stop losing the pawn on c5?
Good question. So rook g5 is coming.
Rook g5 and queen to c3 is another move that you are looking for g7 pawn.
Okay, let me try to think if I would be black. So I don't believe that my b file will yield me anything. So this rook might even be... Okay, he'll try to muddy the waters. So rook b4 for a start. That might be a move. And then even knight e5, sacrificing everything just to collect the c4. So if I go rook b4.
Rook g5.
I'm not on time. And let's say some e5.
How about we do something queen c3 with idea rook g6 and queen e5?
That's possible. I don't know, let's say that I castle. Trying to bring my other rook to play, hoping that I can turn the tables with some tricks. White is, I see engine is saying that it's sort of lost for black, but in a practical play, maybe rook d5 was...
Oh, rook d5 is nice move.
It's something, if it's something. Engine says no.
There's some tactics, yeah?
I don't know which one. Maybe I just bring the rook. Or not. See, engine is just screaming, don't do it. It's not so simple. Like checking this position. Okay, I need to do something. My pawn on c5 is hanging. So what do I do?
Yeah, it's a very complex position, right? You need to spend some time to figure it out what is really happening.
Now I'm curious what's the move in this position.
Check.
I'm really curious.
So we followed rook to b4, rook to e5, e5, queen c3, castles. Oof, Oinden is crazy. Rook d5, right? Queen d5 is the move.
Queen d5. I'm thinking now I would need to burn like half an hour and then just say you play queen d5. Huh?
This is crazy.
So, I don't know, from my point of view, rook b8, rook b4 play, not yet.
Shall we see that line in the end?
So how it goes? So rook b4, rook g5, e5, queen c3, castles, rook d5, queen d5.
Queen d5.
Takes.
Bishop takes, and the problem is rook c4 is a threat. And if you play king to b1, which is such a logical move, then black just takes a pawn on h4.
With the rook or knight?
Rook. There is a threat of c4, bishop d3, rook to h1, and somehow white's pieces are just lost in coordination.
Really crazy.
This is a beautiful sacrifice, in fact. But however, like the moment black castles, instead of rook to d5, there are plenty other moves that keeps white in edge, such as bishop d3 or g4.
Okay, so from my, you see, I know the guy, rook b4 played. This is what I would do it. So this is some kind of panic management, which like any grandmaster would have done it.
To look for the...
Yeah, I'm trying to find them. As I said, guys, just to remind you.
Do you know that we played all the correct moves?
Yeah.
Rook to b4, rook to g5. e5 is the move you have to play there. Queen c3 is a very strong, because you also want rook e5 somewhere.
And now castle.
And here, I don't know.
Castle looks to me as a normal move. You don't want to allow some rook e5 tricks. Maybe rook d3, bishop d3 now. I just want to say that I'm not using engine, I'm just using engine bar.
I'm using engine.
Yeah.
So, and I'm suggesting a really cool line now. After rook b4, rook g5, e5, queen c3, we have queen e4.
Bishop d3, and what's now the point?
Queen c4.
Queen c4. My God.
So
No, it's really hard.
Stockfish 17.1.
So, first of all, players during the game, they don't know correct evaluation. Okay, they can try to guess, but they don't know exact evaluation. Believe me, this position is not so simple at all. While someone might write in chat or somewhere, okay, we are winning on the last board, let's focus on other boards.
Yeah, I know.
Come on. This rook b4, I knew that Luke would play it. This is something this is something you want to do.
Very interesting game, right? This one will even get more complicated.
Okay. But as I said, not turning on the engine is sometimes really tough, because you really see many problems while engine makes it so obvious.
Yeah, and has such a great ideas actually.
So here rook b4, and David is thinking. Let's go full screen. So let's see, is he worried a bit? What do you think? Okay, he's in normal situation, but not overexcited. I don't believe that he thinks that the game is over, like Angel would say. I think he's aware that he's better, but still it's far from obvious.
Yeah, he's the one who is creating the struggle for black, and also has few candidate moves here to figure it out. Rook g5 is quite obvious and the best one, but you can also start with queen c3, which is also fine.
Yeah.
So I think he he just enjoys this position.
Let's check the next board. We see Lupulescu in this match. Let's see how is he doing. Let's get the board back. Hang on, I lost the match. Rook g5 played. Gavrilescu just made the move.
And e5 seems to be the move to be played, right? You don't really think, because you can touch the c4 pawn now, rook c5 wins the piece.
Yeah, let's go full screen. Let's see now the moment of tension.
The time situation is just fine. You cannot really judge the position by the time. Do you think they will just make a few moves now right after, or they will just figure it out if there is anything else?
Yeah, I believe that now Luke will play this e5. Let's see how Varmedam is doing versus Lupulescu. Okay, this is typical.
Yeah, he's gone for that
Yeah.
action.
He played e5.
Yeah, he goes at e5.
I don't know, is it good that he is playing like I would do it? Maybe
No,
it's
a
not.
good
Maybe
move.
no, but maybe it's not a compliment that he plays my moves. Luke is a better player, so he needs to figure it out something
Has to
better.
bring something.
Yeah, Luke, don't play
From the
like
pocket,
I do it.
put the pawn there. Doesn't have any other choices. Like the pawn on c5. e5 is a fine move, actually.
I don't know. Also, is it good for me that I play like him? But okay, so let's see how Jordan is doing. Let's bring the board there. Okay, he is probably slightly better, but I don't see the way to make a breakthrough. And Giri Deak. Okay, b4 just played, which is a nice tactical shot, I believe, but maybe not bringing anything. If you take b4, cb, bishop b4, this e5 will be lost at some stage, either immediately. Same goes for knight b4, knight e5. So this is the situation. Okay, of course he can retreat the bishop, maybe some bishop d6, and black is completely fine. Any interesting game? How is Fedoseev doing versus Teodoru? Let's go with the camera to Slovenian match versus Greece. Nicolas is really playing strong.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, he's
In a good
having a
form,
great
yeah.
position, sort of effortless versus Fedoseev. How this happened? So we left around here, f5 was coming, takes, f4, typical reaction. Very strong play by black. I love the way how he handles this position. Good job. Then we have Demchenko versus Papaioannou. Probably it will be a draw. And then Šubelj versus Mastrovasilis, same here. And the one I was commentating as the critical one. So, is Lavrencic fine in this position? Maybe he is. Very leveled match. So Slovenia versus Greece. It looks to me that this match is heading towards 2-2.
Yeah, I agree with. So far, we don't have that much of the fireworks as on the other matches. They're quite level.
Let's try to find something super interesting. So those three matches. Okay, as we mentioned, Wojtaszek has made a draw versus Mamedjarov. Gumulac. That game I wanted to comment. Keti, we were following. So Poland versus Azerbaijan. So here, knight g4 was played in the end. The move we were discussing.
Yeah.
Instead of taking on f7. And in this position, bishop b4 came.
Yeah, it was a good move. Bishop b4 was nice. Look at the pawn structure, right?
Very cool.
So awkward.
Very cool. It reminds me of, I don't know, nightclub. That someone, it's very like vivid.
Looking, some attention.
Yeah. But hang on, this c5 was a very strong move. I believe now that white is just a pawn up, a healthy pawn up. And Simon is already long time, 7 minutes on the clock. Let's go full screen with the camera. Let's see how nervous in Poland versus Azerbaijan. How is the situation?
Well, they think is that the latest move that white played is targeting the pawn on c5, but it allows black to trade one pair of rook and then to get on the second rank, which gives a lot of counterplay. So basically after rook to h5, here black can just simply ignore this threat and play something like rook d7.
Okay, rook d7, I take on c5 as you mentioned, and then I come down with my rook, or?
Yeah.
Okay, this I won't allow. I can start with, let's say, king e1. Rook d7, king e1, let's say, not allowing me that. I think that white wants to exchange one pair of rooks.
Really?
That he can come out with his king. Because I think this is the main idea, to bring the king. So b6, so he didn't want to allow that. b6 played. 6 minutes on the clock only.
And they have to make 17 more moves before the time increment. So that's a time pressure.
Takes, and some rook b1 or something.
Yeah, indeed white has pleasant position, but I think it's okay for black to defend. There's still some, it's not hopeless position for black.
Yeah, I agree. So let's move on. In this match we have Teslav versus Sulejmanli. Looks, I don't know, normal. And Muradli Kosakovsky the same. Let's try to find something more entertaining.
So far,
in Navara Hovhannisyan now we have a pawn down position. In Czech Republic versus Armenia. Do we have them on the camera? I think we do.
Yeah.
I think this will end up in a draw.
Yeah, but it's white to move, right? So white will take the pawn.
Yeah,
and
king
white
takes.
help.
Ah, okay. G takes, king takes, rook takes, and now rook c4, huh?
Rook c4, rook b2, and rook c3, or king f4? Rook c3.
Yeah, it should be a dead draw. But okay, still some time to think. Vikuk versus Hakobian. It's much more entertaining. Chigaev versus Gorel. That will be a mess.
Oh, we can check a game for if we want something fun. Giga Hoparadze against Sabino Brunello. Georgia versus Italy.
So Giga Hoparadze is always blitzing.
But he's polite now. He has one hour only on the clock, 1 hour and 6 minutes. So he was not
He's
that
totally
brutal.
winning, yeah. They have the same rating.
Same rating, yeah. I just realized that too. It's move 35, so he will get his time. And is Black having seconds on the clock, or is 46 on
It should be
minute? It's seconds on the clock.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Threatening knight f6. Discovered attack. Yeah, this looks dead lost. Bishop b3 is coming. So rook. I think he's dropping the piece. I think this will be a handshake.
19 seconds. It's sad that we don't have camera here to see this game. G5.
He moved the king.
Yeah, on the last 2 seconds. And here any move can win. Something like knight d6, knight f7. Creating the mating net is there. You can also push f6. It's completely winning position.
Rook f7.
Yes, that's fair.
No, nothing to worry about here. I think this is a dead lost position. So,
I always wonder why Giga doesn't have way more rating than he has now. He plays really, really amazing chess.
so rook f8 and f6, so rook e7.
And so far he has won 2 games. First game he won against Korobov, Ukraine.
Yeah, maybe it's a moment that we go for a break, maybe a little bit shorter one, and then that we follow the last moments prior to the time
now
trouble.
it's a little bit slow, right?
Yeah.
The players have taken
And then
some
it will become super fast, because I see, for example, in many games that they are on 20 minutes versus 20 minutes. So let's catch them when they will be 10 minutes and less. Okay, we'll go for a short break.
Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself, a free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.
are back in the round 3 of the European Team Championship 2025. All the action is in progress. We have few games already finished. Most of them are draws. We don't have much of the decisive results yet, but I could feel that the players just decided to speed up a little bit to make draws, especially on the first board, because probably they just need to save some energy for remaining games.
Yeah, we will get some draws in the process, but there are many interesting games, many interesting moments. But let's start with the game which finished just a few moments ago. We were discussing this, Keti. I'm surprised that here in the line we were thinking that might be a superb preparation in the match, women's section, Azerbaijan versus France, that Kanim, after knight c2, played this queen g7. So, so she was out of her prep, obviously. And then Black came with this rescue mission, long castle, and after that there was a really nice touch. I love this move.
Knight a3 is a brilliant move, saving the game.
Yeah, if you take queen c2, and then when rook moves, there is queen d1 checkmate. So this is the concept. So rook a1, now queen c2. There is a time for probably some bishop or something, or h3 and so on, to come up. What's the move here?
For white?
Queen d4, I guess is the move. Yeah. Oh, no. Hang on. So what do I do here? Let me try to think. Okay, I can go bishop f4. Why not?
Bishop f4 is always a key move in this
queen
game.
c1. Yeah.
Yeah, at this point when you finish the game, first thing you do, either you speak with your team captain, or you check the line, and I'm sure here Hanim has already checked, and she saw that she had a chance to win this game. I was so disappointed to see that when I entered to the playing venue, I saw them gone, and it was draw on the board. I was like, oh no, I was a bit late to check it. Yeah.
Okay, what to do? Let's move on. Let's switch to open section. Let's see, has something changed? We have few draws. Slovenia, board number 3 versus Greece.
We have second board in the France against Serbia, the leaders team. I was observing the game of Netherlands and Romania, and Anish Kiri was very open with his face impressions that he is usually, and I just wonder how he's doing in this at this point.
Okay, we can go to this game. We can go to Giri versus Bogdan Deak. So Netherlands versus Romania. It looks to me quite drawish, but who knows? Maybe there is something we don't see. But how about our last board? What is Luke doing? He
sacrificed the exchange.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and he looked very cool. You know, when you go to the playing venue, it is totally different aura. You know, like it feels so different. And he was sitting like, I just sacrificed an exchange, and I'm better here. Or maybe he has a poker face, I don't know.
But this is not clear at all. So d6 will fall at some stage. So bishop d3 probably is not the best move. I don't know, probably some knight f5 or b3 first.
Oh, I like that move.
That's not clear at all. He can maybe become a hero in this match. Let's go full screen. Let's see how he's doing.
It's very very interesting position. You know, it's nothing boring. You might have a worse position, but still white has to make the best move, and to prove that. And very often you just choose the positions which are not so good, not equal, but it is open to play. And I think here Varveli is very happy to have this position. At least that was my impression when I saw the game. And after bishop to d3, b3 is something that just calls the attention. And let's see, a takes b, a takes b.
Let's get the board. Let's get the board back. So b3.
A takes b, queen
takes,
to c3.
a takes.
And with black, you can just go rook to c8 here to chase the pawn on c4.
This is not clear at all. If this bishop g6 is not coming, then I believe that white will need to play really precise to stay with the advantage. Okay, now they're getting a little bit lower on clock. How is this situation on board number 2 and 3 in this match? Okay, I believe that Jordan is even slightly better, but maybe still it's holdable. Hang on, we have few moves. Okay, they're just repeating the moves, so maybe it's just a draw. Open position bishop, but maybe there is an issue with the back rank, so maybe black is not better at all. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just equal, and we have Lupulescu versus Varmetam. Yeah. Fine for black, nothing wrong there. Very balanced. Probably board number 4 will decide the issue. We can have maybe 3 draws, and then board number 4.
Yeah, I agree with that. And
will
still,
be the one.
not very clear situation.
We have another draw in Poland versus Azerbaijan. Let's go with the camera there.
Two draws on the first and the third board, and other 2 games are also looking quite level at this point, although looking level position doesn't necessarily mean it is equal. Actually, Altaj Safarli had somewhere pleasant position, but seems like black is holding pretty well.
So we
still 5 minutes on the clock for black, but 11 more moves to go now.
E5, interesting that he was not patient enough. He wanted to do it immediately, which might be a super play, but I'm not fully convinced. Yeah, he wants to win the game with tactical measures.
I think he was just pressing on the clock, because black doesn't have much of the clock, much of the time on the clock. He could just move around, but he just wants to use this moment.
Okay, that's interesting approach.
That g5 was good as well.
And yeah.
It's still good position. White can go here, rook to b7 to chase the pawn. No, he actually just takes the pawn.
We can maybe stay here for a while.
Yeah, because of the time situation, right?
Maybe to increase the camera, we can make it a little bit bigger. So let's go with the view without us. Maybe you can see it better. So the clock is ticking. Rook a8.
Rook a8 is a very smart move, because now you're forcing white to trade the rooks, and if the rooks are off the board, this is actually much better chances for black to make a draw. There is no this problem on the 7th rank anymore, and white cannot do much about it. You have to, if you move the rook on b7, c7, doesn't matter. Another rook from f8 will go ahead. So rook e7 has been played, and now black can safely just take the rook on a7. Yeah, this is also happening.
Yep. Rook a7. And now what will he do? Trying to bring his rook.
Rook d8. There's a very nice suggestion here, bishop to d5 to control b7 square and also to get another rook on a8. And well, the opposite color bishop endgame is obviously drawn. There is no worries in that position for black. And this bishop d5 just perfectly well controls the diagonal.
Okay, if you are like 8 moves away from
It's
crossing
not a dangerous
the
position anymore
crossing the
for
time
black.
control, I don't believe that this is now something where we should stay for a long. Although he has made a wrong move.
Bishop to g6 is not the correct move because now after rook b7, bishop takes on c2, rook takes on b6, and if you play c4, then I have this bishop d4.
Yeah, but what if I play on rook b7, rook f6? What am I missing?
After rook to f6, rook bishop g5, bishop d8 probably.
Bishop g5, and if I go here, you go bishop f4 probably.
Bishop.
Some mind games.
Yeah, bishop f4.
Okay. Rook b7, rook f6, he went for it. So bishop g5 now, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
He played very fast in this position. He could still use the moment.
So rook where? e6, c6.
Rook e6, and white can go bishop d8. Maybe rook c6 to make sure that at least c5 pawn is protected. Bishop d8, just take.
Okay, being pawn down, this is not fun at all.
Yeah, and black is trading the very good pawn against this double pawns.
Yeah, exactly.
Good.
So here I would be very worried. Long term, white will start pushing, coming out with the king. Probably it's holdable, but
You will be forced to push c4, and then when the bishop gets on d4, that's very dangerous position for black.
okay. Azerbaijan has a nice position now in the match. So how about their forward? Here we have Kosakovsky versus Muratli. Okay, white is slightly better, I believe, but maybe it's actually completely equal. Okay, you can lose this position with the white pieces as well. I suggest that we go to Slovenia versus Greece, to Fedoseev versus Teodoru. Since here something is going on, Teodoru is misplaying it a bit. So he sacked a pawn, so he pushed f3, or is it a masterpiece? Yeah, it's not clear how white can move on.
But this is second time in a row that Fedoseev is having this very complicated position.
Okay, he's that kind of player.
Yeah, that's true. While we have some time, let's take a look at the first board of the Georgia versus Germany in the women's section. As Georgia is the rating favorite, they might struggle on the first board. as Dinara seems to play very sharp.
Let me find the game, just a sec. So you mentioned first board, right?
Yeah, first board.
Okay. So what's going on here?
For me, the interesting moment is move 22.
So here, around here we left, some knight b5 was played, e4, interesting, knight d5. So she wanted to play for this duo I'm telling you about quite often, queen and a knight.
Yeah, but I just don't understand why there isn't necessary to play b4 in that
Okay,
position.
she wants to penetrate with the rook to c6, but probably that's not great because bishop will land on c5 at some point, or even back to f8. It seems quite untouchable.
All these moves that she's playing in this game actually just directs us to the conclusion that she really wants to win with light pieces. No, like this before is something that you are looking for the troubles.
In this match, there is something else very interesting. It seems that Josephine is playing very interesting. What's going on here? So now black is a pawn up at the moment. d5 is hanging, but if black manages to penetrate at some stage, so let's say rook to e1. Will you take and play rook e8 again? Or no, you don't need to take. You can maybe come up with the out with the king. No, like b7 is hanging. So what do I play now?
Rook c8. Rook
C8.
a to c8, yeah.
I was even thinking about this move.
Oi. That's
But
fancy
it's
move.
unnecessary. Rook c8.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure now that Lela is enjoying a good position. First board, not
That's
looking
okay.
great. Board number 3, where we were expecting that she will squeeze more. So
For number 2, we can take a look as well.
So she was enjoying a nice advantage, but then somehow she ended up in this position. No, something went wrong. You mentioned board number 4.
2.
Board number 2. Okay, here looks slightly better for white, I guess, but not much has changed. And here, unclear, slightly better for white, but I like to be black, and maybe it's slightly better for black. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Knight has a beautiful square on.
Okay, here
c4.
they are doing very well. Alina made a draw versus Lilith. That's a bit surprising since she was having a bad position. So what happened here? So she Lilith suddenly lost the plan in a better
Figured out
position,
what to do, yeah.
in much better position. So
I
Alina,
wonder why she didn't even try to attack the b7 pawn, something like rook to b2, rook to b1, queen a7.
probably she at some stage she's afraid of some bishop e3 or something. But that's a nice result for Alina. Alexandra Mazeska is pushing versus Miriam and Monica Sochko. What's going on here? This is an interesting game. What's now the move? Okay, maybe there is no threat. Is a4 the move? Okay, knight d5 is a threat. Hang on. Should I sacrifice the exchange?
Knight where? Knight d5 is a threat, yeah.
So I need to protect knight c6 or what?
Mm-hmm.
Knight d5, this looks scary. And then, no tactics for white in this position. Maybe not. Rook a4. This is bad. So what do I do? Rook c4. Not an easy move.
Wait,
okay.
What happened? Bishop c3?
When?
Here?
She took?
Yes.
Okay, now she's lost.
Why bishop c3?
Okay, she was afraid that she will lose anyway. It's not so simple, as I said. I was also thinking, should I sacrifice the exchange and go for this a pawn, but it's probably too bad. If I go a4 now, who is on the move?
But something like rook to c4, for instance?
When?
Here?
Knight d5. Or knight
Knight
b5,
is
maybe knight b5.
Ah, yeah.
Not so simple, because this pin, you really feel it.
So knight c6 and
Knight c6, knight d5, rook c4 only move. Why rook a4 is bad? Probably now some e5 or what?
Rook c2.
Rook c2.
e5 is also good. Yeah, very, very, very
No,
strange
here is
position.
possible to blunder. Let's move on to open section. Let's see what's going on there. So
yeah, actually it's not so bad when you have a5 alive with the bishop and the rook. Yeah, and white's bishop on g2.
let's go back to how is Germany doing?
In
Open
men,
section, yeah.
they are having fine position against Georgia.
Let's go
at
to
this
open
point.
section. We have them on the camera, I believe.
Yeah, we have.
So let's find Germany versus Georgia. Slovenia, Greece 1-1, by the way. Demchenko, Papayonou draw. So let's see how Tsatsalashvili is doing versus Kamer. I expected that they will press on this board, and probably that's the case. Let's add the board. While on the board next to,
Yeah, Rasmus Fane has really good position throughout the whole game.
yeah, as we expected. And Jobava versus Bluebaum, fine position for black. Paichadze, also fine for. I think Germany will prevail, at least it looks like. Let's check Croatia versus Ukraine. Since I don't think we have them on the camera, but just this game, Kovalenko versus Martinovic, because now Kovalenko has launched the attack. Bishop g5. Very interesting move. If you take, then knight takes, this is a checkmate. If rook takes f3, bishop d8, I believe, knight d8, and now some nice, maybe I can play something else. Sorry, the queen is hanging, bishop e6. So bishop g5 seems to be winning the exchange, but how black is pairing this set? Maybe knight d4. No. Knight d4, I take on d4 and bishop e6. So what do I do with
Can
the
take.
black? with the black pieces.
Take knight. Take knight on c3? Oh no, bishop e6, yeah?
Yeah, this is...
Knight d4.
I see the move, maybe. Hang on. Is this the move? No. Anyway, I'm dropping the exchange, bishop e6. So, something else.
Maybe something like c3, just to ignore that and create the passed one.
Rook e6 is coming, that's the problem. And rook e6. Okay, interesting moment. So, let's try to find some logics. Maybe I should play exchange down. I'm thinking about this move. Is this? No. And then taking on f6, but then knight e5 will come. I was trying to push here. So what do I do?
How about rook f5?
Oh, that's a great move. Bravo, Keti. Oh, very good. I like it a lot. Good job.
Thank you.
Rook f5. Very nice move. Of course, if you take, you're dropping the queen. Okay, you can return it, but probably here you'll just drop. No, I can take here knight e8 first, and then I take on f7. And here, if you go bishop f5, queen f5, and I'm returning back the material. So Martinovic needs to play this move. He played rook f5, and now came rook a6, which is a mistake. But in practical play, it can be an issue.
Knight d4.
What do you think?
I would think something like knight d4 here, knight d4, rook g5, or some move like rook d6.
Rook d6. I like it. Very good. Keti, why? You should play. Why you're not playing? It seems that you're doing very well. Usually when your intuition is fine, then you're doing good in these kind of positions. So Martinovic needs to react. The clock is ticking. 3 minutes. What's the situation in other games in this match? We have... I saw that Brkic is struggling versus Volokitin, and that Korobov is doing fine. So let me just briefly check. Rook d6 played, the best move. And now I don't know what is Kovalenko up to.
What's the black's time? 3 minutes.
So first board, Šarić versus Ponomarjev. Looks drawish, with black maybe a little bit better side of a draw. Then we have Brkic, board number 2, who is worse, but he has 2 bishops, but it looks that he is much worse. And we have Livajic. Yesterday he had this painful draw. Today versus Korobov. This is the current position. Okay, I don't know what's going on here, but it seems that Korobov is doing fine. Yeah, okay, let's go to our top match. Let's go to Serbia versus France. Let's check them with the full screen camera. Do you feel the tension?
No, I don't feel the tension. They look very still.
First board, Pretke being super low on time, but he has only one move to make it to the time control. Let's get the board. Board number 3, Injic seems to be outplaying his opponent. He's completely winning. What happened here? It was sort of equal, but Maxim went wrong and ended up in this position, which seems to be completely losing. So why? Probably pawn takes e3, right? Yeah, and rook will come to d1, and this looks very promising. We're winning. Last board, Ivic versus Boyer. Or Boyer.
You know what? Let's go back to the game of Van Valley and Gavrilescu. We have flip of the table there.
Let's run. So we have a draw on the board number 3. We expect board number 2 to become a draw. So let's see what's Van Valley. Let's go to Netherlands versus Romania. b3 was played as we predicted. Takes, and then rook c8, the best move, queen b3, which was a mistake. Let's get the board. Knight f4, bishop f1, and now black is better. Black is better in this position. So, all dog, all tricks, huh? Bravo, look. On his birthday.
He gave himself a good gift.
Yes, but okay, still it's far, but let's, as you said, let's stay here. They are away from time trouble.
And he's taking the bishop on c4, pawn on c4. We might have bishop takes, queen takes, all the traits of the pieces.
Yeah, he cannot lose this.
But there is something better.
F6 is coming.
Ah.
He takes, and then F6 in the end. So takes, king goes to B1, and F6. Ah, no. Rook G3, hang on.
There's something.
But I can play queen B7, Keti. After queen C4, queen B7.
Ooh, but I'm taking with the bishop.
Ah, you're taking with the bishop. Yeah, not with the...
Not with the queen.
But then I don't need to take on C4. Then I can play something like queen E4.
Wow, queen E4.
So if you take with the queen, queen B7. If you take with the bishop, queen E4. And threatening so many different things. This looks like curtains. Let's go full screen. Let's sense the danger. A little bit closer.
Oh, wow. One inaccurate move and your game goes down.
Yeah, but chess is a game of chances. So if you're just following with the engine, you could say, okay, Romania is winning on the fourth board, and now we were watching.
Yeah, if
next
you follow
boards.
with the engine, you're getting banned for 5
Yeah.
years.
So my point here is trying to give you this insight, players' insight. I can still, and Keti of course as well, we can still sense what is tough, what is not in the chess game.
It's true. Although there are some situations when engine has such a brilliant suggestions, it's so good to have it. It's so good to have it.
Yeah, we are opening new doors. I like this combination when you
Yeah.
are providing me additional info. But I'm trying to emphasize this thing, how something is tough and something is easy. And engine tends to give you all the time conclusion that things are easy.
Mm-hmm.
But from my point of view, this looks like a normal game that is possible to go wrong. And now after the game, we will get this comment from your fellows or someone, chess fans or whatever, colleagues, that you were completely winning. And then you try to say, he sacrificed the queen.
Ooh.
Then you try to say, hang on, why am I not using those possibilities? Let me try to learn something and play like engine, but you cannot play like engine.
You can, but you can learn some ideas from there.
I agree.
Wait, Queen B7, he's about to play. Look at that.
Queen B7.
Oh, look at Anish Giri.
Queen A6.
He's
Also a good move. Oh, I like this.
And did you see the smile he shared with Jordan?
No?
Oh my god, there was a glance they shared. That was a funny moment.
Yeah, but now he's completely in driving seat. Tough situation for Romania. On first board, they are slightly worse, holdable.
Yeah, if Van Valley finished these games with a win, Jordan was repeating the move. Oh, he actually has extra exchange. And Giri can just make a draw in that position. So
Yeah, they're
this is enough
safe.
to win.
Yeah, they're safe. They're quite safe.
There was so funny moment when Anish was looking at the position from his game.
These days it's funny that sometimes they're using this scene from the war teams with Magnus, Nepo and Abu
Yeah.
Sotoro playing, and then just putting different type of positions
Yeah.
and trying to fake it. So here this might be also material, but it's a little bit too far away. So, what do you think? Since his birthday, I don't know, let's say that would we understood that he chose the king? Yeah, maybe he deserved it.
To whom?
I don't know. To
I was
someone.
thinking when he
Yeah, let's
threw
run.
this
Let's
kick,
sketch
if,
it.
If it had, if it landed to someone's head, just imagine like.
Okay, but in tennis they also throw tennis balls at the end of the match.
Of
and
yours,
yeah.
it's not your opponent's, right?
Yeah.
You could, yeah.
Yeah, but in that terms, it's not something not so common.
But it's so weird. Just imagine you're watching the most peaceful sport in the universe,
exactly.
and then from somewhere the king flies to your head.
Yeah, of course we will get some critics, but also some praise that we need to make it like a show. It reminds me of PDC, of Darts Championship, where they are. Before it was actually sport, very calm, concentration, but they make it as a show. And these days,
it's good to have a show on that.
Okay.
I wish him look, they have the birthday, and he's like, shh, don't tell anyone. But I think everybody knows that it's his birthday today.
Yeah, maybe we could get him in the studio.
If he wins, yeah, that's a good idea.
So let me switch to another game, another match. So just to add the board here to conclude this position. So this is the current position. Let's bring the board. So after queen takes, which was mentioned by Keti, queen a8 was a nice touch. I like this X-ring.
Oh, he played queen a6?
Yeah, not queen b7. That was even nicer. Queen a1 is also later an option. Takes, and then came queen c5, protecting e5, targeting d6 at some stage. Sometimes I think this is his main motive, to transfer the knight to e6 and d4. Also attacking f2. Now white is regretting the placement of his rook. Tough moment for David. Let's just briefly check what's going on in other games. Pretke versus Maurizi, they're out of the time trouble. Injic won.
Yeah, nicely done.
Injic also might come to the studio if he's free. Ivic having a good position versus Boye. Then Fedosev, Teodoru. Nicolas is doing fine. Nothing is wrong there. And Lavrencic versus Pavlidis. Hard to say, what's a time trouble. So where to stay? Gumulars is suffering versus Safarli. Kosakovsky, unclear what's going on. In other games, we have some drama around. Take a look at this game. What is going on here? This is Armenia versus Czech Republic. A crazy move, crazy game. In Croatia, Šarić is lost now. Rook f4 is a blunder. Keti, why this is a super huge blunder?
Which move? Rook f4?
Yes, in Šarić versus Ponomarev. So this was a normal, sort of normal, and then Rook f4, a huge blunder. Don't get it. Is it a g3? Is it a g3 now?
Oh,
You cannot take, and I will bring my bishop to f2, and then maybe this is a move.
yeah. But what was the better?
Well, anything, maybe rook h4 to collect it from this side.
I think king g3 was also there.
Yeah. So now Ponomarev has a chance to get into better position versus Šarić. Volokitin is still better versus Brkic, but it's not so simple. Maybe it's not. Yeah, he's still better. And we have Martinovic, who was in Korobo Livac. This is a mess. They're out of the time trouble. And Martinovic, Kovalenko, the same. What's going on here now? Rook up. Hang on. Rook d6. Yup. Everything normal. 97 a blunder.
97?
Yeah. I don't know what was the move here. Maybe some king h7. Looks normal to me. So he played 97. He forgot about this move.
Pin.
And now he's
Oh no.
checkmate motive, and he will resign. So, yeah, Kovalenko won.
What a crazy game from both sides.
Yeah. So, let's stick to maybe Van Veli versus Gavrilescu. 6 more moves. Let's go back with the camera. Netherlands versus Romania. Since now Van Veli is winning, but still there is some precision needed.
one value with
Let's
queen
bring a board.
x versus two rooks, queen and one pawn versus two rooks. But in this case, rooks are not very much connected and don't have really targets. Difficult position, and they actually are 6 moves away from the 40 moves to get a time increment.
Six more moves. The clock is ticking. Tough situation for Romania. In other games, as we mentioned, now suddenly Deak is a pawn down against Anish, and Jordan versus Nisi is still equal. 50 seconds.
Oh wow, things are also quite crucial in the women's section. Yep, now e3 will just wins the game because you can't really stop this pawn. Rook e4, and I have queen to f3.
$50 seconds. The clock is ticking. 5 more moves. It seems that David is somehow not positive about his prospects. He's just making moves without some huge plan. Rook c8. Let's go full screen to get a better insight. King h7 played. The clock is ticking. Yesterday it was a tough game for Luke. Today the same. He seems to be doing very well for his team.
Yeah, I think he enjoys to play chess at this point.
Rook e8, played by David, stopping e2.
Yeah, black
Now
can start to capture the pawn on g3 and then h4 and have more pawns and they go into the promotion square.
So how to move on? Maybe just to take on g3. I don't see anything wrong with queen g3 unless I'm missing something. Bishop d3 will be played. Okay, that's not so simple. How do I include my knight? If I go f5, will he take on g3? He just did. Now I believe bishop d3. Yep, will follow. True. And okay, now he can even take on d6, since after queen d6 he's controlling queen g6. So will he take on d6 with the queen? I believe so. At the same time, in other matches, Predke Maurizi ended up in a draw. So Ivic is actually outplaying Mahel, so Serbia is winning convincingly their match on last two boards. So you recall what I was saying, that they're planning to score on last two boards, and actually this plan completely succeeded. Fedoseev versus Teodoru. Fedoseev is worse. Is this true? Yeah. So let's go to Slovenia versus Greece, since Fedoseev is, but okay, this is 41st move. They're out of the time trouble, but he's much worse. So rook g1, there is some kind of checkmate. So we will follow that one a little bit later. How about Lavrencic versus Pavlidis? This is move number 39. Now white is winning. So Greece in very good situation.
Yeah, I agree.
2-2 was my prediction at some stage, but now it just looks that they are winning the match.
3-1, that's a good score.
Safarli is winning his game, while Muradli is also better. In other games, people are mostly out of the time trouble. Sanal won versus Yufa with the black pieces. This is a huge result. A small surprise for me. Jaime Santos won versus Tisikjan. Ponomarev made a draw in the end versus Šarić. Svane won versus Pansulaya. But Jobava is now winning versus Bluebaum.
Oh, wow. Shall we check that?
They're out of the time trouble, but he's now the one winning. This is the case in Lux One Valley game. He's winning. Pavlidis, okay, everything is now cleared. Let's check the situation. So Serbia versus France, we can go with the camera there. They are now in this position, which, hang on, it was dead lost in some stage, or no? Maybe not. Here it was not worse. He sacrificed the exchange. Yeah, this is dead lost. How, Keti? Maybe some h6? No. Then why is this dead lost? So he played bishop g2.
Some checkmate, yeah?
What am I missing? Ah, maybe first to stop. No, but then you go rook d7.
What happened in the game? Bishop
He
G2?
played bishop g2 and now this is...
Yeah, g5 first. h6, g5.
But then rook a8.
No, g5, g5. If you take king g5, rook h3, h6 checkmate. If you take f takes g5, bishop
g5
g2.
and then bishop g2,
Yeah.
mate, fourth checkmate. Rook h3
Rook
or
h3.
no, h6 first maybe h6. And then this is checkmate and this is another probably checkmate somehow. g5. Yeah, I take an h5. So that was missed by Ivic, and suddenly, oh, what a stalemate!
What?
Fabulous, fabulous stalemate. Bravo. Let's go full screen. Let's check this.
Oh my god.
What a stalemate.
Oh my goodness. This is an incredible scenario. Look at that. Look at him, he's smiling as well. He was talking to somebody, I don't know. They finished already probably, right? She's just chilling and talking with someone.
Let's give,
Yeah,
let's take here, let's see. So he look, let's give the board. So you will grasp the situation. So he completely forgot about this. So he was thinking that this is a checkmate.
Ay. So close.
What a move. Brilliant. And now rook g8. Rook g8 and stalemate. Let's go back with the full screen. Let's see the last moments.
Oh wow. Could play somewhere h5 maybe.
Crazy stuff, really. But okay, his opponent left, but it's obvious that it's a draw, but he couldn't resist to leave.
Wow. You might think this kind of stalemate happens only in the studies, when you have just in the books, but it is real and it happens also in the actual games.
What a moment. He is sitting there now calculating or trying to memorize what he could have done better.
Yeah, beautiful one. Maybe we should move on. If there is any time scramble.
No, it's over. So, unfortunately, his opponent is not coming yet, but it's a really.
Yeah, his opponent is celebrating.
It's
probably.
it's a memorable scene.
I see Peresev handshake on the background. Probably he lost.
What a moment! King G7, King G7 coming. He's waiting for his opponent. Okay, there he goes. Let's go full screen. And he plays Rook G8, takes, and stalemate, full of pieces. What a moment!
Nice one.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's when you know that there is a stalemate motive, of course you are there, but it's sometimes hard to adjust, and usually weaker side is ready to seize the moment.
Yeah, look at this smile. That's very nice. Yeah, for sure she saw the moment.
I think now he will mention G5. He was thinking. G5, I think.
Yeah, probably Rook D3 was not a correct move.
G5, now they're mentioning. How about G5?
Yeah. Yeah. The French player, I think, knows it all, because usually you spot it better when you're checkmated.
Yeah.
Oh wow! What
so
a
the match is
moment
finished. Kudos for Serbia, reigning champion, defending the title. Let's go to Slovenia versus Greece, because here it seems that again Fedoseev managed to survive.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Here instead of Rook G1, there is a better move. So which one? Rook F3, Knight F3, you go Bishop H2. So if I go Knight, let's bring the board. So if I go Knight F3, you're fine. Here probably the same. So which motive I have? If I go Knight F5, King H2, and now some smart move. Rook A3? Is that the move? I don't believe. No, that's not the move. Or? No, that's not the move. Quite curious. What can I do? If I go Knight E3, it's very hard to find a move here. For black. I don't believe that there is a time for something super subtle, because white will start bringing his pieces. So how can I create a threat?
Knight D4.
Okay, that was the position. We were here. So that's not the move. Something super smart in this position.
Rook A3.
Yeah, that was I suggesting. Also not the best move. Super complicated.
I can't find it also.
I don't know what to play here, really. Why that was winning? It's a serious -2, but I cannot understand. So I'm trying. I don't know, activating the king. Really? Just like that, I come out with the king? And this is some kind of domination? Maybe.
And after 96?
Okay, king goes up. I don't know. king somewhere, f6 or whatever. It's very hard to grasp. So he went for this, and suddenly they're repeating the moves, and the game is finished?
Yeah, they hand checked.
Okay. So that takes us to the last board, which is now decisive, where Lavrencic versus Pavlidis, he's lost. No? Hang on. Let's see this position. Yeah, white is winning. But how? Once again. Returning the bishop or what? So if I take, I don't believe this is good. So
Bishop c1?
bishop somewhere, e3. You push, I push.
You have somewhere this a7 rook piece.
Yeah, exactly, Keti. I was calculating now, but this maybe not be good.
Bishop c1, I think, is better move at the beginning.
Because now this loses, but rook c8 is, and then bishop goes to e5. And this is holding. So, but here it's also lost. Yeah, why is this lost?
A6 is a bad move?
Yeah. No, a6 is still good, c2.
Bishop c1.
Bishop c4, c1 now. Okay, that's a good idea. Yeah. Okay, that wins. He needs to find it. But Greece is winning this match. Let's go to Netherlands versus Romania. Giri is a pawn up, but probably of not huge importance. Let's go full screen. Let's bring the board. And at the same time, Jordan van Forest is equal, but still not so simple. And we have Luke Van Valley who is just winning the game. Still some precision is needed. Czech Republic versus Armenia. Let's go with the camera there. If I'm not mistaken, all the players are still playing. This looks, let's bring the board.
All of them are. Wow, this is a heavy match.
This looks equal, but still the game is on. David Navarra is still fighting for a draw, but it looks that he's holding. That should be an easy draw. Then we have board number 3, Finek versus Martirosyan. Okay, still around equal. And last board, Hakobian. What's the evaluation here? White is slightly better, but 2 bishops. Very level match.
Who do you think gonna win? Or maybe
I don't know, still it's hard to say. So Ponomarev missed that move versus Šarić. He took on a4, didn't see g3, and then this was a draw. Second board, Brkic versus Volokitin. It seems that Brkic is surviving. Lost position. We have Livajic versus Korobov. It was slightly better for black, but still complicated. Now it's lost. Why? I don't know. Maybe Rook G1. And you go King H2 is Rook G6. I don't believe this is a move. Rook G6, no. What's the concept why this is lost? Okay, maybe some Rook G5. Just threatening Rook H5. Korobov is winning. Okay, it seems that this match is just decided.
Let's check the women's section because I think Georgia might have some struggle.
Okay, just to conclude, give me a few moments just to conclude. So, Georgia versus Germany. Here, Kamer is out playing. Let's put them on the camera. So, Kamer is out playing his opponent. Second board, Jobava is a pawn up. And on the third board, Germany versus Georgia, Svane. Okay, still Germany is fine. Hungary, Gledura. Okay, Hungary will win the match. So let's see. Roštajn lost versus Kadrić. Okay, that's a small surprise. It was complicated. G4 was a crucial mistake. He blundered knight C3. Deflection. Maybe, who knows. Now when A4 is not A4, but Queen H1 is threatening. So how do you survive this? Okay, Queen somewhere probably. Queen E1. No, not working. Queen F1. Sort of holding. He played G4 and then Knight B5. Good win by Denis, who is having a good tournament. Drawing with Pretke, drawing with Sarachi, and winning versus Roštajn. So let's go to the women's section, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and the first match, Georgia versus Germany. It's so far 1-1, but Georgia is struggling in both boards, actually. Board 2 and board 4. That will be a big upset if Georgia loses this one.
So first board was drawn in Zagnize versus Dinara Wagner. It was a mess. But somehow it ended up in a draw. Then same happened with Lelajevashvili, while here Nino got outplayed a bit, yeah, by her opponent, and same went for Bella. This is super strange, Keti,
Yeah.
that they will be outplayed in that kind of positions. Malteskaya won. Let's go to Armenia versus Poland. Kilbasa is pushing, and Monika Sochko, yeah, she's just winning. Okay, Poland is winning the match, and in our Azerbaijan we have decisive result on the last board. Hang on. This is completely winning for white. Let's bring the board. This is crazy. So Alakverdieva was winning like all the time, or most of the time.
Yeah, that's true.
Totally winning. What a move. So she was trying to stop knight h4, which is not, is it a threat? Maybe that's not even a threat. Maybe some knight f4, I cannot calculate it. Yeah, maybe this is just not a threat. So she played bishop f6 to stop it. To stop this move, and suddenly blunder mate e1. This is
Oh my
horrible.
goodness, wow.
Yeah, this is really shocking.
Wow.
Ooh. And actually this takes her team in a tough situation. I think we have them on the camera.
It's over already, this match.
Armenia, Azerbaijan.
Yeah.
Mamadova, what did she play?
I was draws. And this
Mamadova
one
is winning. I think the game should still be in progress. And we have them on the camera.
yeah.
Let's bring them on the camera.
So France to Azerbaijan is 2-1.
So let's bring them on the camera, France, Azerbaijan. Andrea Navratescu, she's having this position, which is tough, but still there is something to be positive about. So some small conclusion. We can stay with this full screen. So some small conclusion of the women's section is that we have Georgia, Germany 1-1, but Georgia struggling a lot. Poland, Armenia, Poland will win the match. France, Azerbaijan, probably it will end up in 2-2 with precise play from Gulnar. Bulgaria won versus Switzerland. Nadia Toncheva is the hero. Ukraine versus Greece. Ukraine will win this match. And Spain versus Italy. It seems that it will be leveled. Probably, hard to say, but it probably will be 2-2. In the men or open section, we have decisive result on the first match, where Serbia won the match. Greece is about to win with precise play versus Slovenia. Romania is losing, probably losing their match versus Netherlands. Azerbaijan probably winning the match. Czech Republic, Armenia, David Navarro, by the way, made a draw. Spain versus Turkey, it's a mess. Hard to say. Croatia versus Ukraine, Ukraine will probably win the match. Germany versus Georgia, Hungary versus Slovakia. So that's some kind of recap of the current situation. So we can maybe go for a break and then come back to check final moments of this round.
Great idea.
Smart.
They're writing
Free
just
eSIM,
about the
smarter.
sound.
At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.
So we are back. Keti is missing. She will try to see is there a possibility to bring some players, but I think from tomorrow on we will manage to do so. Let's go to the playing hall. Let's check the cameras so you will see the new possibilities. So this is France, where girls are playing. Last match in the women section. We can also see another camera in section. This is France versus Azerbaijan. Then we have Poland, where Monika Sochko is still playing, versus Armenia. And we have Georgia versus Germany. Then we can switch to open section. This is next is Slovenia versus Greece. Netherlands versus Romania is coming. Valveli and Jordan and Giri are still playing. Then we have Sweden. Blomqvist is playing. He's very good player, underrated a bit. So this is our new match. We didn't have this camera before. So Sweden is playing Austria. Grandilius won versus Aleksenko, which is a huge thing. Kudos to Nils. We will check this game. And Jungmin Seo is playing versus Dominik Horvat. Henrik Blomqvist versus Valentin Dragnev. Let's move on. So Czech Republic versus Armenia. Then we have Georgia versus Germany. Then Spain versus Turkey. Still many games in progress. Let's go back to Sweden versus Austria and to add the board to this match to show you a masterpiece from Nils Grandilius. So this was the position. I was following this a bit, and suddenly Nils has launched a deadly attack, bringing the pieces in a great way. Bishop take h6. So probably black should have avoided this attack, and maybe it was possible to parry. But hang on, this is the last moment where he could have saved the game. Knight g5 is coming. How am I stopping it? I don't see. So Rook g2, I was thinking about something like that, but this is really tough to see. So I just turn on the engine for a moment. There is no Keti to help me. So after knight f4, knight g5, rook takes. Rook h1, nice touch. If you take, then queen c1, queen f4. Nils went up and hid his king, after which it was game over. Here after g takes f3, it's still possible to go wrong. Queen e1 is saving the game. But we have both games finished in this match. So let's see, Blomqvist versus Dragnev. Blomqvist won. Or no? Hang on. Yeah, he won. So Austria lost the match. Big result for Sweden. So 3-1 winning convincingly the match. So let's go back to our main matches. Slovenia versus Greece. White is completely winning. He can even take on c3. Probably this is a possibility, which is also good enough. But he's thinking either to stay with the bishop, I don't know, bishop c1, which is also a viable option. Anyway, he wins. Rook d3, king e8, not coming to the c file. Rook e3. And he took on g6, and now he will play rook g3 maybe. Is this his idea? Rook g3, black needs to play rook a6. He can play bishop b2. g6 needed. Yeah, and he will start rolling his pieces. So they are taking this course, as I mentioned, and now rook e3 cutting the king. Yeah, it's just game over. Yeah, shaking hands. Big victory for Greece. Slovenia is very strong these days. So, first match finished, second match finished. We can stay here for a few seconds and then we will switch to Netherlands versus Romania. We can go full screen here. And then move on. Yeah, let's move on to Romania versus Netherlands. Let's, as I said, if you were following the broadcast from the beginning, so I said that for Greece it will be very important to save or to have a positive result on the first board. I expect 2 draws on board number. And for Slovenia, it will be very important to have a positive score on the last board. Yeah, sometimes you have those crucial matchups, and Pavlidis was the one possible hero today, and actually this happened. So Netherlands, Romania, Luc van Velde won the game. Kudos to him on his birthday. He pulled out a miracle. So kudos to him. Let's see how is the situation now in Giri versus Deak. Giri is really long time. 1 minute on the clock. Being a pawn up, but it seems to me that this won't be enough for sure to get anything. And at the same time, this is the position in Jordan van Forest. Black is of course the one pushing, but it looks drawish. Okay, this match will take some time. Maybe we should switch to another match. Azerbaijan won the match versus Poland. Tsatsalashvili was the hero. So let's see Czech Republic versus Armenia. We have 2 draws on top boards. And we have slightly better position for black, I believe, but probably still holdable. On board number 3, let's bring the board. So this is the position. Bishop is better in open positions, but it looks normal also for white. And on the last board, there is some drama. Aram is spending a lot of time. This is current position. He's a pawn up, but the opponent has fantastic counterplay with this b pawn. So let's stay here. We can go even full screen, that you feel it better. Sorry, I lost the game. Let me go back. Move play on last 6 seconds. Let's say the board. So rook h6 was just played and it was drawn. You can go full screen, which takes us to the last match. Another long battle ahead of us, where Finek will need to, of course here, just to add, bring the board back, this is typical. When you're inputting a result on DGT boards, draw means 2 kings on e4 and e5. If black wins, it's e5, d4. If white wins, it's e4, d5. And then sometimes when there is a possible move, and first you placed your king on e5 as a black, which probably Jan just did, then DGT registers it as a move, which of course is not the case. It's now knight f3 just wins. But it's typical. Many games were ruined. It's not easy to say they are ruined, but they don't look nice in the end because they ended up in a database with a wrong last move. So that was not the move, and here, so we have it now. Finek is once again under heavy pressure, but hang on, this is the position, so they made few more moves. Still, it might be a draw, but it's tough. So regarding moves in progress, we have Giri Nisipeanu playing, Giri and Van Forest playing for Netherlands, Finek is playing for Czech Republic, Yilmaz for Spain, Volokitin and Korobov for Ukraine, Tsatsalashvili or Germans Kamer and Svane, Gledura, Druška versus Gledura, Sokolovski versus Draškovic, Bjere versus Lashkin. These are the games we are following. I will check also the women's section. In women's section, Poland, Azerbaijan, hang on, is still on. So there, in terms of active games, we have Georgia, Germany still in progress, Batsiashvili and Kotenashvili, Sochko is still playing, Mamadova as well, Osmak is playing versus Solakidu. Unfortunately, we were not following this game. Gaponenko versus Pavlidou, Sedina versus Sabrina Vega, Laura Unuk versus Teodora Inac. Okay, let's switch a bit to women's section. Let's get the board. So this is Batsiashvili. Okay, being pawn up for white with a passer in the knight's endgame, it's something really big. Here also, this looks very, very good. So I don't know what can go wrong for Germans. We can go to France versus Azerbaijan. Tragical blunder by Alojzije, but here Mamadova is just winning. She will sack. Let's bring the board. She will sack a rook in some stage and two passers. There is only one thing you shouldn't blunder. For example, let's say this kind of play, that we have this position, and now b3 is a huge mistake. This is something which actually even Dvoretsky was mentioning in his books, that someone was in his comments at some Soviet Union championship or something mentioning that this b3 wins. With the point, if you take with the rook, then b2, and rook will check, but not for a long, because now it's not possible to stop the promotion. Why this is a mistake? Because there is rook a4 check, and now if you come on the third rank, I'm sacrificing the rook, and you go up, I'm on time to go behind, and if you go king before, there is a rook sacrifice later. So this is the only blunder you need to know, and you should come first with the king in front, and and then you are winning. So you should hide in front of farthest pawn and then push the one behind. This is the only thing you need to know about this endgame, but here there is no need for that, since it's dead lost anyway. So final moments of this game. We have similar situation in Sedina versus Sabrina Vega. I will just add the board. We don't have them on the camera. It's just completely winning. But now rook is much better. Probably something like check, or maybe king e3, or check is also fine. Everything wins. If king comes in front of white pawns, even if two pawns are existing, it's just winning. Yeah, here Sedina will probably resign very quickly. Slovenia is still fighting versus Serbia. Where if I'm not mistaken, we have a bit of upset since Laura Unuk won versus Teodora Injac, which is a huge thing for Laura. Teodora, European champion. So, if black could exchange rooks, but keeping her pawns intact, it would be a draw, but with two pawns, and you just need to have two lines between them, you are winning. And Laura managed to do it, and now it's the way how white wins. Very nice win by Laura. Teodora making a draw versus Zagnidze, now losing from Laura, while Laura losing from Fatelijeva, making draw versus Portugal, and now versus Serbia winning. In that match we have Teja Vidic playing. She's actually my former student. She's suffering a bit, but hang on, what's the current position? But maybe still holdable. And in that match, Slovenia versus Serbia, this is a crucial for Slovenia because it's 2-1. In the meantime, let's check with the cameras our situation in the open section. So Ukraine has just finished versus Croatia. Brkic, let me try to see the result. So Brkic versus Volokitin, I believe that this ended up in a draw, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check. So yeah, Brkic made a draw versus Volokitin, but Korobov won versus Livajic. Livajic yesterday, tragical draw versus Martirosyan in the game where he showed a really fantastic play for most of the game, but then messing it up, and now Leon Livajic once again had a tough day, losing to Korobov with all other games drawn. Kamer, by the way, won versus Tsatsalashvili, and Jobava versus Bluebaum, Pansulaya versus Svane versus Pansulaya. So regarding matches in progress, still Netherlands versus Romania, Czech Republic versus Armenia, but it seems that Haik is pulling a miracle once again. Let's go with the camera to match Czech Republic versus Armenia. By the way, Spain versus Turkey ended up in 2-2. First two boards draws. Jaime Santos won, and Vahab for Turkey. Hungary won versus Slovakia, convincingly 3-1. England versus Lithuania, 3.5. Sweden versus Austria, small surprise. Montenegro is maybe about to win versus Israel. Italy won versus Georgia too, no matter Giga Koparadze won his game. Denmark needs to win on first board to secure a victory versus Moldova. So let's see what's going on in the game. We have it on our screens. So Finek versus Martirosyan. Something was going on. So here black was pushing. But maybe it's still holdable. Engine disagrees. Yeah, the point, as I said, I'm not using engine, but only engine bar. This is what, for example, what Vishy Anand is doing, but of course he's a much better player. The point is that then, as I said, you can have a bigger respect for players, since I can realize how hard is something and why it's possible to make a mistake like Martirosyan just did. Bishop d4, f5. Now the point of white is, if you push b2, I can sacrifice and then somehow trying to hide in the opposite card square. King c3 just played. So we will have Greece versus Serbia tomorrow. They are both sitting on 6 match points. Azerbaijan is right behind with Ukraine. We will see what will happen here. Knight b2 just played. Hang on. What a resource. If you take king d4 and white is on time to come out with the queen. Now it's Ike's turn to figure it out something. Probably he was missing this knight b2 move, which is a great resource from Václav. As you recall, yesterday he was Czech Republic or Czechia hero, securing a match point, surviving completely lost game from against Sulejmanli in a tough, really tough. So let's make a stroll with the cameras, since we have another arrangement. So let's make a stroll with the cameras. We can go one by one, full screen. We have one game just finished. This is in women's section. I think that France just lost, their game. So Azerbaijan managed to recover from that painful blunder, one move blunder of Alojzije, and now the match ended up in 2-2. We have Poland finished. So in the women's section, only Georgia won versus Germany. Tsatsalashvili Bela made a draw. Let's get, hang on, let's get the camera there. To Georgia versus Germany. So let's see how Bela Tsatsalashvili made a draw. Let's bring the board back. So there was a move repetition. So she couldn't find a way how to make a breakthrough. Okay, that's also understandable. Maybe it's not so simple at all. So it's this kind of position. Yeah, maybe it's really tough. I don't know, King H3. Okay, King H3, no need for that. Maybe Rook G1, as it was played, Queen S6, Knight D7, Queen G7, now probably King H3. Some stage, some F4 is needed, but it's not easy at all. So I'm not so shocked, which takes us to another game, which is Maria Klek versus Nina Batsiashvili. And here the situation is winning for white, but still not so simple. So on top boards, everything is finished. Except Ukraine, Greece, Georgia versus Germany, and we have Slovenia versus Serbia. Other matches are sort of finished. Regarding Slovenia, we have Teja Vidic. Let's get her on the camera. We have Slovenia versus Serbia, and let's bring the board so that you could see what's going on. It seems now that black is just winning. Queen E2, black has enough time. So this match will end with 2-2. Standings after this round is probably, so Germany will come on top together with Bulgaria and Poland. Right behind them, Azerbaijan and France, and then with 4 points, Georgia Switzerland. Okay, Ukraine also can join. Oh, black needs to find some right, precise finishing, I would say. Move order. Yesterday, Elif scored fantastic victory versus Arabidze, which was something huge. Keti is not coming, so I believe that for tomorrow we will organize a different approach. Players will probably, it's a team event. They are running to their rooms, to their teammates, coaches, to check afterwards what's going on, but we will find a way to bring some volunteers. In the meantime, let's go back to our bigger view. So white is thinking. Black is thinking, not white is thinking, sorry. In open section, Nisipianu made a draw versus Jordan Van Forest. Giri versus Deak. Maybe Deak has set up a fortress. So let's go back with the camera to Czech Republic. Here I believe that we will have a resignation in a few moves. Let's go to Czech Republic versus Armenia in the open section, because there it seems that the game is about to end up in a draw. You will see what's going on. We will see a handshake very soon. Let's get the board as well, and you will see the players are about to repeat the moves with some perpetual. So this one will end up in a draw. Frederick's one is still playing. Versus Luka Pajchadze, but he's winning. Israel, Montenegro. Montenegro won the match. Heroic defense by Luka Drašković, probably in a dead loss position. Denmark is still playing. Bjerre is pushing, but probably won't be enough. Okay, here we'll have a handshake very soon. Let's go full screen, because Hayek is also aware that this is a draw. Okay, he can try to collect the H pawn. So maybe white still needs to spend some time. final moments, but it's obvious what will happen. King goes to e5. Now black will play queen e2. Let's bring the board back. Queen e2 taking on h5. This will happen. But then white can force the queen's exchange at some point, for example. This you take, and now some check. And when you stop somewhere, I will exchange the queens on those two squares, and it will be a draw. Queen e2 played. King will go to f6. So final moments. Yeah, Keti players are running to their rooms, but tomorrow I believe that we will find some candidates for our studio.
Yeah, there are a lot of players just analyzing the games with their teammates. Usually at the open tournaments, you can see them analyzing the games, two opponents after the games. But now at this event, what I have observed, most of the times the teammates and the captain is analyzing the game together with the players. Never really much of the communication between the players.
Okay, here the game, of course, is still on, but it's quite obvious what will happen. Checks, 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 and that's it.
Oh, I didn't know that I lost this kind of position with queen. That's one of the most embarrassing moments of my life,
really?
Which I was extra streaming to. We were playing a lot of games. My opponent was Jan Klimkowski. Nowadays he is a grandmaster. And I had a very good tournament, and I was very confident in this game. So I knew it was a draw. I was a pawn down, but it was a draw. And I made a lot of checks, like probably 30 moves already. And then I was like, wait a minute, maybe I'm gonna stalemate myself. So I found this brilliant queen sacrifice, right? And there are like tons of people watching that. And I put the queen here, and I spent another 8 seconds to think if it's correct. I let my hand go. My opponent quickly captured the queen, and I offered him a draw. And he tells me, no, you have a move. And there was a moment when I just realized that I just blundered the queen, and it's not a stalemate. And people were like this around me. And then I was streaming that game, and I watched it afterwards. And the moment I put the queen on the board, everyone noticed except me. But these kind of things are just happening to everyone, and you cannot really avoid the things like that.
Yeah, I was like playing a good game, I was winning, then I blunder, and I thought that it's a stalemate. In the end, I wrote draw in the score sheet.
I offered draw.
And of course it was not. Let's go full screen because this game has just finished.
With 2 kings remaining on the board.
Yeah.
And then we do have last 3 games in progress. In the open section, in the women's section, we have actually more games in progress, and one of those are from Team Georgia. This is still one last remaining games. And here we have them. Empty playing venue. The players are just, you know, getting ready for the dinner for the evening. And some of them have to play long games.
Okay, so let's just check in the open section, Germany versus Georgia, since Frederick is about to win his game, versus Paichadze. Yeah, great stuff. Let's bring a board. So the pawn is falling. I just want to add that in Denmark versus Moldova, that was the position which actually steered to this one, which is a draw since it's not possible to build a bridge. But let's stay here for a moment in Svane versus Paichadze. Rook f4. King h5, and now some h3 or h4 will happen. Great technique by Frederick. It was not easy to win at all.
I just realized that in both sections we have Georgia versus Germany.
Mm-hmm.
In the women's section, Georgia has a difficult time to score or win against Germany, and they are the favorites.
They will lose. I think it's. Is it over? I think they're about to lose that match. Since is it game over? It's still
not
on.
over. The game is still on. Knights are on the board. Knights are tricky pieces, but White has an extra piece. Extra pawn. Hanna Klak against Nino Tsatsalashvili.
Yeah, maybe we can go there just to check that one. Let's go to women's section. Georgia versus Germany. Here, Swane will play some h4 or something, but let's go to women's section. We can add the board. So this is the current position. This passer is super strong one, but still, as you mentioned, it's not so obvious. One minute. That's a huge upset, and I'm not sure that Georgia will recover, since then it's very hard. 2-2 would be okay, not great, but still like a normal. But when you lost a match, you're shaken. This doesn't mean there are teams against whom you can lose or at least make a draw. For example, like Bulgaria, like Greece. Greece, Ukraine, and so on. Armenia.
Agreed. Losing is very difficult to come back for winning playing for the title. For sure, you can always try to get the top 3, but I think for Georgians it's very, very important to win the title itself.
So Osmak is pushed versus Stavrula.
Pawn c7 has been played. Yeah, you can't really stop white progressing in this position. Now pawn is already on the 7th rank and white can try to deflect the knight from d6. a4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and probably now time for knight to get into the game.
Yeah, games are about to finish now, I believe. These are really final moments. So, very interesting encounters. I was not expecting some teams to be on top. For example, Greece in open section.
But they're doing great. They did really nice today. Yeah, that's pretty nice result to win.
So in open section the games are over. So except Jonas Bjere. So Svane, we can go with the camera to check it. Svane just won the game. We can briefly make a stroll. Giri made a draw versus, let's go in open section. Giri made a draw versus
Bogdan Dek.
Yeah, and Romania, yeah, is over. Germany is as well. All the teams, we can only just check Denmark, but that match is also over. The game has just finished, so we are done with open section. Jonas Bjere has made a draw. Denmark, fantastic first round match. You win versus Germany, but suddenly you are behind since you made 2-2 versus Moldova, which was not something expected. Yesterday they lost versus Slovenia, a really small margin. So we are done with the open section. Just to finish that, conclude that Greece and Serbia are leading the field with maximum score, 6 match points, 3 wins. Netherlands and Azerbaijan, Ukraine are right behind. Hungary, Sweden, Germany, Romania, Turkey, Italy, Montenegro, Spain, England, Slovenia, Czech Republic, France, Armenia, Bulgaria, they are all having 4 match points. And in the women's section, we have few more
France
moments to check.
And Azerbaijan was 2-2. So
yeah, that
Georgia
was finished, but here we have a final moment in Georgia. Let's go to that camera. Since now knight f5 is just winning for Hannah Kleck.
Yeah.
So Nino is about to resign.
Nino decided to capture the knight and to play. No, there is no chance. There's no practical chance there. As white has just promoted the queen.
Yeah. Let's bring the board. And now there is nothing to play on.
Nothing,
yeah, this is the position. Let's go full screen because I expect resignation.
In the women's section, we have Bulgaria and Poland having 6 points.
Together
Those
with Germany.
Together with now Germany will
Yeah.
join them.
Okay, here. They're still playing. Let's bring the board, but it's obvious that nothing to play on.
Yeah, Nino sacrificed the knight, but now white can just simply take the pawn on h5, she did, and then you can give up
Yeah.
your queen, and
Yeah.
that's it. Promote another pawn.
Yeah, queen e2 was also possible, but no need. She can push h5. Yeah, we have resignation. Let's go full screen. And we will have last 2 games here. Osmak versus Tsolakidu, which is Ukraine versus Greece. And we have our little Bodana. She's always fighting like a lion, playing long games, although super, super young, future star of European and world chess.
Yeah,
So
it's
let's-
a long day for her.
Yeah, let's find them on the camera. Let's find Greece versus Ukraine and England match.
Against Czechia.
Yeah. This is Ukraine versus Greece. Here, let's add the board. This is the situation. Julia Osmak was pushing for a long. This was the position. She was a pawn up at some stage, let's say around here. But Stavrula managed to hold. This is not easy to win, probably not possible to win. She was moving back and forth, but in the end, she will need to make a draw. Although it's still possible to go wrong for a bit. And let's check the last game, as we mentioned. This is Bodana versus Lechotska. This looks like a winning position, but white needs to work, come with the king somewhere and trying to win this square. King d5 just play. Let's put them on the camera. England versus Czech Republic in the women's section. Let's try to find them. Yes, you will see them now. Bodana is seated. I think she's still using
So
this,
sweet.
yeah.
Sit, yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
it's car seat, but now I think let's bring the board. You will see that in this position. King will go to d7, and white will find a way how to penetrate. So we have 2 last games. And we will finish our day very soon. Last 2 moments, fighting rounds.
Yeah, she's so sweet. And very, very, very young.
Yeah, I think
Player,
she's
very
11,
young.
something like that. And now the youngest one crossed, I think,
10.
What? 10, yeah, crossed 22, 50 or 23, what's her rating now? 22, yeah. The youngest ever or something like that in girls section. There was one record which was recently broken.
Yeah, there was a recent record. Now will be a lot of records, one by one.
So England won the match anyway, so even if Bodana loses, it's not a big deal.
So basically you're just trying to squeeze this king on in the edge of the board and try to checkmate, and black has to give up either pawn or the bishop.
Bodana very long time, 30 seconds. Rook comes to d7. So if she waits, there is some kind of zugzwang. Now king d6 and king d7. Yeah, she is in zugzwang. Yeah. So king d6, king b7, king d7. Whenever bishop goes, rook is taken, king goes to c6. I think this is not not a tough task for
bishop a3, king c6, bishop b4,
queen b6.
King b6. Ah, you are the same.
So one pawn is falling. King b6. King b7 just played, now king goes to d7. Yep, and yeah, she will surrender the pawn, but then this is an easy job. d1 will be played, or bishop somewhere, rook takes, and now bishop will come to the second rank, king goes to c6, and it's quite an easy finish. Yeah, now rook. Yeah. Okay. Oof. For 1 second, rook to f2 was shown.
Yeah.
I was shocked. It was a glitch, but oof. To blunder that would be a really, really messy blow. Rook goes to h7. And yeah, I don't see any chance.
Very long day for a 10-year-old.
Yeah, but she's used to play super long games.
Of energy, yeah, that's true. So cute.
So, a 10-year-old British girl has made chess history by becoming the youngest female player to ever beat a grandmaster.
Oh, wow.
Defeated she defeated 60-year-old Grandmaster Peter Wells in the final round of the 2025 British Chess Championships in Liverpool. That was a true game. And she was awarded the title of Woman International Master in 2025. Very good.
Wow. That's pretty.
Youngest ever to earn the title. Yeah. So,
but she's also
previous was Hui Fan. She got the Woman Grandmaster norm.
Yeah. She's also a very nice person. Already at the age of 10, she has her character. I met her in London in person, and actually I have met her many times, but there was a time she was really, really impressive, looking at the games of the Grandmasters, for standing there for hours. That was pretty nice. I can take on b6, and that's anyway winning.
Yes, but why not? Rook is, yeah, okay, rook b6. But maybe there is also checkmate. Okay, she doesn't want.
Just take it and...
Yeah, this is known when the 6th rank pawn falls, you always win. So she went for it, but now king a6, b6, b7, and that's it. At the same time, yeah, Stavrula versus Osmak will end up in a draw, and we will conclude our day. Nice touch by Stavrula. I will show you now what has happened. Okay, so b7 here. Here b7, and that's it. The game is finished. Let's move to Greece versus Ukraine. So here Stavrula in that position. We were following. Let's add the board. Now it will be a draw as well in this game. So here she has found this, she knows the end games. That in this case there is this h3. This is very, very important to know, not to panic. So this endgame from the beginning, I think this is very important one. That you can make a draw, ending up in this position, and now h3. And when takes rook h3, and now it's well known.
Yeah.
Fill the rule, and that's it. We will see a draw. And we got it. So the day is finished. Tomorrow we have another important round.
Actually, a very important round, because in the open section we have only 2 teams with maximum points, and those are Greece and Serbia.
When I was playing for Croatian national team 2017, there was a free day after 5 rounds, and we were leading. That feeling, so teams like Serbia and Greece, if they win this one, so in the 4th round, 5th round, so you can be a leader.
Yeah.
And when you are a leader for
it's
one
always good to have
additional
a
day, it's cool.
Yes, and meanwhile in the women's section we do have 3 countries, Bulgaria, Poland and Germany, having 100 points. We had upset in the women's section, Georgia, who was a heavy favorite in the ratings. They lost against Germany, and this actually proved us that we cannot really predict anything, and this is the game for anyone.
Okay, so we can conclude our day. Thanks for watching us, thanks for joining, thanks for your remarks, your comments, feedback. Be with us tomorrow, same time, same place.
Bye.
Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. GlobalCell supports over 190 countries. GlobalCell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.